Good morning and welcome, everyone. I am Consuela Askew, Vice President for University Libraries and University Librarian. On behalf of the University Libraries, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the second event in our new University Librarians Symposium series. This series was created to engage the entire Rutgers community on timely topics in education, with each series focusing on a different theme. The theme we are currently exploring is artificial intelligence in higher education. Our inaugural event in November was focused on AI in teaching and learning, and we had some incredible speakers. If you attended that event, welcome back. If not, I encourage you to watch the video. You can find it on our YouTube channel and on the news page of our website at go.rutgers.edu/AI teaching. We received an overwhelming response to that first event, and as a result, we decided to offer remote participation this time. In addition to the colleagues in this room, we have hundreds who have registered to attend online, and I'm so glad that you all took the time to join us today. Rutgers University Libraries stand at the heart of the university's intellectual life. We fuel learning, teaching, research, and the creation of new knowledge across this institution. Ours is a place of discovery, where curiosity is sparked, where vast knowledge becomes accessible, and where inspiration, innovation, and exploration take root. It is only fitting, then, that the libraries convene meaningful conversations like the one we are about to have today. We are bringing together primary resources, that's librarian speak, to create space for deep discourse, for the exchange of ideas and practice, and for the collective shaping of knowledge. Today, we will hear from speakers representing diverse disciplines such as biomedical informatics, health artificial intelligence, educational technology, accounting and information systems, psychiatry, musicology, academic publishing, and library science. We will end the program with an interactive session to reflect on our day. Mary Beth Weber, our coordinator for training and mentorship, will usher us through the program today after our opening speaker. So, a bit of housekeeping before I introduce our opening speaker. First, the agenda can be accessed using the QR code on the registration table and behind me on the slide. For online participants, we'll post the link in the chat. When we are in session, please enter and exit the door to my left. The restrooms on the fourth floor are going to be located around this corner and to the right. You'll find restrooms located similarly on each floor. There will be breaks along the way for coffee, lunch, and networking. Our breaks will take place just outside of this room, and our online participants can also step away during those times, rejoining at the next session start time listed on the agenda. At lunchtime, additional seating will be provided in the jet stream room, which is located next to the Teleconference Lecture Hall. We do discourage food in the lecture hall, just saying. Lunch will include a variety of dietary options, including gluten-free, vegetarian, and vegan. Now, I have the pleasure of introducing our opening speaker. Dr. Michael Zwick is Rutgers' Senior Vice President for Research. In this capacity, he leads the Office for Research and Rutgers Research Innovation Activities as our Chief Research Officer. He serves as the institutional official for the Human Research Protection Program and Institutional Animal Care and Use Committee. Dr. Zwick holds a PhD in population biology from the Center for Population Biology at the University of California at Davis. A former professor of human genetics at Emory University, his research uses genetics principles to discover the causes of rare and common disorders. Over the course of his research career, he has been an individual investigator, a member of large consortiums, and an institutional leader. I welcome Dr. Swick to the podium for opening remarks. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Consuela, for that. Let me lift this up a little bit. Thank you for that very kind introduction, and I'm really thrilled to be joining you this morning. And I really appreciate you inviting me to offer a few remarks at this really important event. I have 20 minutes. I'm not going to speak for 20 minutes, but I want to give you a few thoughts. We're all aware of the challenges facing research universities today. I think there's been nothing like that in my career, in many of our careers. And whether it's constrained public funding, it's heightened regulatory and compliance demands, it's rapid technological change, it's social media, it's the growing expectations that our work demonstrate a clear public value. The expectations of research universities are changing, and they're growing and evolving. And I think meetings like this actually are really critical to helping us evolve and innovate. So at Rutgers, we strive to be a model 21st century research university. We seek to fulfill our tripartite mission of teaching, research, and public service through strategic thinking, through organizational excellence, and through a deep commitment to people. But I believe, personally, I think many of us have a deeper mission, and I know I seek to leave a better world for our children, so that they can pursue the opportunities and make a life as rich and rewarding as the one we've been privileged to live in. So this gets back to, I think, the key theme of my talk, which is leadership at a 21st century research university. So in addition to being an academic and a scientist, I'm also a former United States naval officer. I had 25 years, 1 month and 4 days of service, not that anyone's counting exactly how many days. I'm a Desert Storm vet, I'm an Iraq War vet. I served on a ship, USS Kaufman, FOG 59 out of Newport, Rhode Island. I served 6 years on active duty, 19 years in the reserves. My reserve duty involved work in the Pacific, Commander Pacific Fleet, Commander U.S. Forces Japan, and work in national biodefense activities. And one of the things I took from the Navy is that the Navy really values leadership. And how do we support teams to achieve operational excellence? And I think leadership has never been more important for universities. It is an essential attribute that I think we have to value more, and we have to develop and grow in our organizations. We need leaders who have a clear vision, they have a clear mission and clear values that advance our tripartite mission. And I believe we have to innovate and move forward. We can't simply react and defend the status quo. And so when you think about innovation, I think there's few technologies that offer the greater potential and upside for innovation than AI, and also bring challenges and risks that we have to manage. And so I think AI the Symposium series is really fantastic, is touching many of the key areas of the university. Today's focus is going to be on research. But whether AI is used in an academic setting, whether it's used in a research setting, whether it's used in an administrative setting, I think AI can really help universities achieve their full potential at 21st century research universities when implemented correctly. So here's a key idea. As a university, we are, and as libraries, I think it's very fitting, we have enormous amounts of data. That data is essential for AI. And yet, the question I would ask is our data organized? Is it prepared for us to actually leverage AI to use it effectively? And I think by and large, the answer, I think if we think really honestly and we reflect for a moment, the answer is probably not. We're probably not as organized with our data as we should be. So we just can't throw an algorithm at something which is kind of a bit of a disorganized, decentralized mess. And so this is one of our challenges, and I think the libraries have a really key role in helping us guide. I mean, the libraries are in information science. Librarians think about this all the time. How do we organize our data to make it available, to use AI to do things that are really innovative? Now, we've taken this idea in the Office for Research, and I want to talk a little bit about a couple of the administrative applications of AI. And we've used AI to add new services and to enhance our existing services. And we've used it in very targeted ways. One of the key ways that we've really sort of reimagined our role as an entity that provides public service is that we're now using AI to gain deep insights into our entire grant portfolio. So we have more than 4,200 grants. We have more than 1,600 PIs who have grants. And I have used this as a tool for our industry engagement to go out to companies, go out to governments, people who surround Rutgers, and I ask them, what is your problem? And when I collect their problems, I can now have my team search our AI and identify who are the Rutgers faculty who can potentially solve their problem. We use that as a tool for collaboration. And so by solving other people's problems, I think this is the key way in which we're going to build relationships and really perform our public service mission at a level that research universities haven't been able to do in the past. So this is clearly a way AI could be really transformative. We've used AI in our research contract services. So my team signs more than 2,500 contracts a year. These are sponsored award contracts, non-disclosure agreements, material transfer agreements. We've used AI to speed that process up because when a company has a problem and they want to connect with Leslie here, a Rutgers researcher, to solve that problem, Leslie, we want to make sure that a contract gets executed really quickly, and so that Leslie can get money so that he can work on, so this collaboration can succeed. And so that's one of the areas that we've really sped up. We're actually working on a model right now, and we're doing some exploration with the business school. We have this huge portfolio. We're number 4 in the Big Ten in licensing patents, licensing revenue. We had 153 patents last year. I mean, Rutgers faculty are truly remarkable. But I always have this nagging question in the back of my mind: what am I missing? I have a finite patent budget. Am I getting all the best ideas that exist at Rutgers, or am I missing out on things? And this is a project we're taking on with the business school to actually begin to look more holistically at our entire research portfolio, because many faculty, frankly, myself included, we were thinking about our next grant, we're thinking about our next paper. We're not thinking about a patent and starting a company or even protecting our intellectual property, even if we have amazing discoveries that we're making. But if we can make that easy for faculty, if we can discover them and make them aware of this opportunity, that's something I think that we can do as an institution. And that's how we perform our public service. We take ideas that Rutgers faculty have and we turn them into discoveries and ideas that get commercialized that change the lives of the people of New Jersey, the people of America, the people of the world. One of the ways in which another application that we've just launched, and you'll see it actually an announcement, I think today, we started using AI help bots on our enterprise website. So we were the first one to launch one for IRB. We're starting to launch it for our various enterprise software that can allow faculty or allow students to get questions answered 24/7. But it's trained on our very specific information, our legal requirements for the Institutional Review Board, or our legal requirements for the IACUC. And so it is a large language model, but it's targeted in what we train it upon. And I think these sorts of narrow applications have tremendous potential, as opposed to the general large language model that's going to solve all problems, because I think you're going to suffer hallucinations. Those are a lot of complicated, but I think very targeted uses in our organizations have tremendous potential to really speed and make research fundamentally easier. At the end of the day, that I tell my team in the Office for Research, our mission is we want to maximize the number of minutes a day a faculty member has to think about their teaching and their research and their public service. And so that's what we're really focused on. So I think AI comes with challenges, and I'm sure you'll talk about them today. But I think if implemented thoughtfully and with care, this can really help research universities reach their full potential. And it can free people in my organization to actually provide more services to particular faculty, more complex services, and get rid of some of the monotonous work that is involved in research compliance. You'll hear today, and there are lots of initiatives at Rutgers, and the Rutgers Chancellor-led units. I know Leslie's going to give a talk about this, but each of the Rutgers Chancellor-led units are leading initiatives that demonstrate the power of AI to transform research and discovery. And I think this is a fantastic symposium to discuss these ideas. And how do we use the information that we have? How do we organize it in new and innovative ways to drive discovery? So I think this symposium is a great step towards understanding AI and its applications. I've given a few examples in the administrative space, but I think there are an enormous numbers. As a scientist, I know there are enormous numbers of applications. I'm a human geneticist. We sequence genomes. There are amazing opportunities to use AI if we organize the data at the front end correctly. And I think this is, I really want to give Consuela great props for Consuela for bringing together this team. and these people to really bring great minds together to ensure the ethical and proper implementation of AI and explore all the challenges, but also really leverage this amazing opportunity that we're living through. So thank you very much. I'll finish there, and have a fantastic symposium.
I'm a little shorter. Before I introduce our keynote speaker, I do want to mention some additional housekeeping things. We do have a tech support person, Andrew, who will be here, and we'll have another person in the afternoon. Maria Deptula is going to monitor the chat for us. She's behind Andrew. And then we have two mic runners, Ashwin, he's raising his hand, and then Anne-Marie over there. Okay, all right. So I'm going to introduce our keynote speaker. We're delighted to have Dr. Leslie Leonard. He is the director, the inaugural director for the Center for Biomedical Informatics and Health Artificial Intelligence, and he's also a professor in the Department of Medicine in a division of General Internal Medicine at Robert Wood Johnson Medical School. Thank you so much, Dr. Leonard.
Thank you for having me. This is a great opportunity to get to speak to this group, and I can't tell you how much libraries have been a part of my career. The National Library of Medicine in particular was the place where I had my first large grant, and that I've been close friends with the directors of the National Library of Medicine throughout my career, the two primary ones that we've had, and I think that training librarians in informatics and other techniques has been a part of my life. I spent about 5 years doing the Woods Hole series that was part of the National Library of Medicine's program for training librarians in informatics. So it's really absolutely important that we're here, and I've got to step away from that mic. So I'm going to wonder how I'm going to hit the next button, but maybe it's this thing. All right, so let's go on here. So my talk is really going to be about preserving human leadership in this era of change. And that, so we're going to just go through various things, but I think all of us of a certain age are just overwhelmed with the change we had. I don't know whether any of you ever watched the Jetsons when you were growing up, but that what was presented then as impossibly futuristic is now absolutely mundane. And that we live in a world where there's just this enormous amount of change, and how do we grapple with it, and how do we lead change in this environment? So this is the outline of my talk. I want to really emphasize the first point, which humans train humans, and that mentorship is the critical element with humans maintaining leadership in an era of AI. And that just because of the volumes that we'll go into some of this. I'm going to give you a couple of stories from my mentors. Second, I'm going to go through a couple of key principles. One was the fundamental theorem of informatics developed by one of my mentors, and then something that's really square in the library science space, Acuff's information pyramid and how they relate to AI. And then I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we're doing in my center to leverage off of the ideas we have. I've got a lot of complex things I'm going to throw out at you. Some of these I'll be going too fast on. I apologize for that in advance, but this is just a really interesting and dynamic field. And I also apologize for what I'm about to do here, which is to give you one of my personal experiences with using AI. So I study the use of AI in the learning health system, the idea that we can learn from the care that we're giving to enhance future care for patients. Now, I asked ChatGPT to draw me a diagram with the following instructions of what the learning health system was. And you can see that it does what I think is an interesting, incredible job at the surface. One, it's complex. There's machine learning, natural language processing, predictive analytics, big data, risk prediction, all the buzzwords that you would like. You see data to evidence and guidelines to practice or other areas in there. And then you see things that are clearly wrong. This is not a cycle. It's got way too much information in it. I put this slide in just to show the difference between what a human developed and what AI developed at the first pass. Now, this was the figure from one of the Institute of Medicine's reports on the learning health system. And what you can see here is that, one, it's cyclical, science, evidence, care. It integrates ideas about communities, people, providers, and clinicians. And then if you look on the outside, there are certain themes or other things that come along with it, along with those in the front row can see the streams of zeros and ones to integrate digital information. So this figure compresses a whole bunch of ideas into a central theme that really explains what a learning health system is. This figure, on the other hand, captures all those ideas in one place, or what it could be, but it doesn't really organize them in any way. And I think that that's an insight you're going to see as we go along in this process. Now, I noticed that it didn't have anything in here about how the learning health system needed to be driven by values. And so I asked my AI friend to put in something about human values in that with the prompt that's on the screen. And it did. But again, I wouldn't say that it really did in a way that really impacted my ability to use these concepts. Okay. So that's my experience. Now, I want to go and tell you about one of my mentors and how he impacted my life, and an area that we're seeing more and more work in right now, which is the direct use of computers by patients. And that there was a time back when computers were the size of this room, that the idea that a patient would interact with a computer directly was revolutionary. It was just something that you interacted with computers with punch cards. So you take the first terminals, you take the first efforts with this. And this person, his name is Warner Slack. He passed away a few years ago. Was really the first professor to imagine patients using computers directly to get health advice. Now, again, this is absolutely ubiquitous now, right? That almost everyone, when they have a health problem, will directly either consult the internet or now consult a large language model to get advice. But back in the day, that wasn't something that was well known. And that, the history of our learning about this situation does date back to the 1960s, and that we need to look at what we know in that context. So this is what Dr. Slack discovered, and it's actually a very positive feature about using computers and AI to speak with patients, is that in general, when you're asked a question by a computer, if the question has to do with social stigma, if it has to do with psychiatric symptoms, if it has to do with sexual practices or drug use, when the computer asks that question, you will get a more honest answer from a patient. And that, Dr. Slack was the first person to discover this, and he published this in the New England Journal of Medicine. And it's been since proven, and there's multiple studies, meta-analyses, other things that have established that this is generally true. But it's still not widely known or utilized, that people tend to often still believe that the best way to ask a question is to have a person ask it. So when I wanted to take on a problem that was a really critical one to me, which was the intimate partner violence epidemic that we're seeing, it's something that really got worse around the time of COVID, but has always been present in the society. I was inspired by the work of Warner Slack and others who've worked in this area. Now, again, I'm going to show you, this is an AI-generated figure, if you haven't guessed. And that you can see with minimal prompting here, I did not tell it the races that were involved. I did not tell it, how to show what was going on with, I just said, show a healthcare provider interviewing a patient about the risk of intimate partner violence. And they chose an attractive white woman who was obviously been hit and, clothing torn and all this other stuff to trigger an emotional response. That came out of the algorithms automatically in AI, and I just point out that we'd have a completely different emotional response to this picture if the roles were reversed, and those types of things. But the strategy of having the provider ask this question is not a good one. This is how it's actually done in healthcare settings. Is a picture from the EPIC system at MUSC, where I was a provider. And that as someone's being groomed, there's a checklist on one side, and then there's little clicks that you can do to show that certain risks are present in the patient based on your observation or your interview with them. And the data in these is really rarely acted on. So we tried something else. This is a population-based approach. Once a year for women between 18 and 50, that yellow button on the side lights up. And then when you click it, the exam room computer changes. It blocks out the screen, and it turns into a kiosk that the patient can directly use. And then the 3 questionnaires that you see on the screen are displayed. Where everyone else gets moved out of the room. The person answers these questions alone directly in the computer interview. And our issue was, how much better does this work than the standard process for discovering whether people are being exposed to intimate partner violence? We also have an alert that gets to the provider to prompt action. This is a paper we published in JAMA Open about a year and a half ago. It shows that not only having this thing in place does it cause more people to investigate whether a person has intimate partner violence, it's at least 10 times more effective than finding people with intimate partner violence than just looking at them and trying to ask what's going on. And so what this shows really is that, and there's a little zoom in so you can see the data a little better. I'll let you digest that for a second. Okay, so what this shows is that, and this is what we know, is you don't want to attribute to AI things that we already know work in informatics. So computer interviewing effect being one, checklist effects, like pre-flight checklists for surgery or other things, order sets. Tools that already work are ways that will get AI to intervene, but don't give AI the credit for working on those particular things. And again, sort of recognizing that computers do have inherent effects independent of their intelligence in this type of a setting. Now, this is the next mentor I want to tell you about. It's a guy named Chuck Friedman. He helped me get my first grant when I was, and that Chuck Friedman is perhaps better known now for his work on learning health systems. But inside of the small world of informatics, he's known for the fundamental theorem of health informatics, which is on the board there and illustrated in his seminal paper in JAMIA, which sort of says informatics is about getting humans plus computers to function better than humans alone. And it's not about computers being better than humans. So this has really guided my career for the entire time that I've had it, that this paper was published in 1990, but it really reflected the beliefs of the field since its inception, and that we were never in a position where computer systems by themselves were better than human systems. But that's all changed, and that this core idea is obsolete. This is a typical result when comparing humans to computer systems or humans with decision support to humans without it. And so on the left-hand side is the performance of in a variety of tasks related to physicians of the AI. In the middle bar is the physicians with the AI support. And in the third area is physicians working with whatever tools they normally have. And so what you can see here is one of the tenets is held here that in some cases, physicians working with AI perform better than physicians who are not working it. So check one for the fundamental theorem. But what you see here that is really interesting is that AI is performing at a level equal to or better than the physician. And that, and I'd also call attention to the error bars in the middle. I'm going to grab my coffee here, because my voice is taking a bit of a turn. So notice that the variance is higher in the physician plus the AI group. I'll get to that in a second. So this is a compilation of a meta-analysis that's looking at the net impact on diagnostic acumen across different AIs. And first thing you'd say is, wow, this is a little bit old paper, Les, but look at how many studies that have been published in this area. But the net effect or the cumulative effect of this is that computers at the differential diagnosis task, often this is in radiology, some of the early work, more visual diagnosis, consistently perform better than humans at a meta-analytic level. This does give me a chance to pitch some of our own work here, that given the number of studies that is going on, we really need to use computer methods to study what's going on in the literature, that we can't really process it all ourselves, and that this is a paper we have describing one of the first efforts to do this, where we are actually doing about 90% of the work in a systematic review using LLMs to be able to do it. Other people have followed on with this work, but I'd say that the bottom line is that it's a crushing workload, as an aside. 3 papers a day over the last couple of years have been published on comparing human doctors and AI in various things. 3 a day. That's, you know, it's an impossible workload for humans to keep up with. The figure also shows that humans are not doing quite as bad as I saw all the time in this, but AI is definitely having a huge impact here. Why is it that we're not seeing the effects we think that we see when we combine humans and AI? What's really going on here? There's a couple of new effects. I wish I had time to make a slide. I just saw some excellent work out of Princeton on sycophancy as a driver for this, and maybe my next set of slides will do that. But this really shows what's going on, I think, is with regard to expertise in the impact of AI. That here what we see is an interaction between human expertise levels and the impact of AI that explains why there was more variance that you saw in that middle diagram a couple of slides ago when you combine humans with AI. It's that when the best human experts use AI, you see an increase in performance. That's the bar on the right of the left-hand side figure. And then, however, when the worst humans use AI, they don't distinguish between their own instincts and AI's performance, and they actually get lower effects. And so what we're seeing here is AI working just the opposite of how we'd like it to work. We'd like to see it have minimal impact on the super expert, but it's actually kind of going back the other way around, which sort of will set a challenge for us as to how we use AI in combination with humans. Now, so what's changed to give this kind of performance? I just want to highlight a few things. I think you've had other speakers do this better, but we've had very large language models become really good at simulating human thought. And I think it's especially in discussions. The language models have moved on to a different type of language outside of human language. They've moved on to biological languages, chemical languages, and even computer science languages. And then self-programming has become a part of it. And I'm going to touch on all of those briefly as we go through that. Many of you have seen this co-scientist. I think we have a talk coming. Dr. Torres is going to talk about, one of you is going to talk about co-scientists and those things. But the idea here is that with prompting, you can kind of create a society of mind that you don't really need to have a lab anymore. You can just have AI feedback with the caveats I've just said, that it may be saying the obvious thing rather than the insightful thing. And that this kind of agentic approach where AI is looking at problems in different ways and then being combined does have powerful effects. Second, this idea that, and it's illustrated by AlphaFold, that there are languages other than English or languages other than the languages of the human mind that actually offer AI advantages. So AlphaFold, as you all know, the Nobel Prize winning technology about protein folding, is really about learning the language that goes between the representation of DNA, RNA, the codes of life, and the structures of the proteins that derive from that. And that where the large language model is inferring that. And so it doesn't speak English, it speaks protein. It speaks RNA, it speaks this spatial, structural, chemical language, and that this allows it to think in ways that humans can't think. And that's a really important advance. And as you're saying, we're just seeing the real first benefits of that. And then the thing that I think is really interesting right now is self-coding. This is a revolution that's coming out right now in this year in AI, but Google and Anthropic and others have all developed platforms that allow AI systems to code for themselves. And that is changing the nature of discovery. And I have a really good example here from our own Evan Johnson, who's part of our center, one of the leaders in our center, who worked to develop the best current algorithm for a specific type of genetic analysis. It's from RNA-seq data, sort of like the protein expression data and below data that comes out of cells. So he had the best functioning algorithm in the world. But what Google did is said, oh, well, there's only 300 other papers, and most of them where the code has been published on this. So what we're going to do is find all the code that, including Dr. Johnson's code, and that we're going to bring it all together. And then we're going to use an AI to create novel implementations of that code and compare the results. So how does this happen? Well, one, you have to have a single index or a not too complicated index to apply this to. And then you need to be able to have the computer draw upon the codes. And this diagram shows you what happens. Dr. Johnson's figure was leading the pack, but Google was able to generate 20 or 30 different combinations of models based on past performance and other things. One of them combining Dr. Johnson's work with another model, and that's the one at the far left that has the incremental gain in performance. Now, Dr. Johnson reviewed this code and he said, hey, they just took my code and they combined it with another thing. But I would argue with you that this would have been a PhD thesis probably before, and this was done automatically by a computer program as a result. And so the notion here is that incremental science like this, where we're not innovating in the space of an algorithm, but trying to see how we edge out algorithms to get to the best possible performance, that kind of science is going to go away or going to be done by AI as it works combinatorially over the protocols that have been published. This kind of gets to some of the problems that come up with science, and this is using AI to guide science. One of the most important problems that I see is this notion of overestimating your own depth of understanding when you use AI in this type of way, so that one overestimates one's sense of knowledge when it's exposed to this. But that's only one of three potential flaws that kind of go with it. Two, there's a sense when you use AI that it has searched everything and that it has come up with the right answer from a comprehensive space, when in fact it's actually, depending on how many CPU cycles you bought, had a or its own biases and its algorithms, has really only sampled a small sample of the possible space, and that's a breadth problem. And then there's also sort of a representativeness problem. There's many different ways that a problem could be represented, and that AI is going to only tell you about the ones that it knows about and understands. And so these things will color our effects of perception, even though AI looks really valuable as a tool for doing science and understanding science. This has led to some other problems, though, because AI is so good at generating language in sciences that you can see that humans immediately jump to, well, how do I get promoted doing this? And that so there's been a huge uptick in the number of papers that are almost automatically written from databases. In fact, my own team had this struggle saying, oh, it's so easy to do a systematic review now. How many are we going to do to get promoted? And I had to say, wait a minute, no, slow down. We're going to try to take this a little bit differently and take a little different tack. But here, what you're seeing are the rates of publications of papers from the NHANES database, a large national nutrition and behavioral study, and that the number of papers being produced from this has skyrocketed, most with single results, most with inappropriate methods, and that many being published by so-called predatory journals, but some being published in relatively good ones. And that, but the idea here is that they're synthetic, and that they're not really adding to science, they're adding to the noise around science. Similarly, that even if you had LLMs can also generate the data and that means if anybody's determined to make a particular idea succeed, it's a lot easier to generate realistic data. This gets us to the solution, or where humans have to anchor themselves in a process like this. Humans need to anchor themselves to strategies or systems that can guide us. And one of those is Acuff's information pyramid. And that I think it's really important that we all understand this process, and this is how fundamental to how humans process knowledge, and it shows sort of the gaps with computers. That the idea is that data, raw information, needs to be processed in raw observations, not information, needs to be processed into information, and information being data coded into Aristotelian hierarchies. I think that's probably the best way to say it. Things where we understand how it's related to the world. And then information is coded into knowledge. Sometimes that's written down. Sometimes that's coded in knowledge graphs or other computational structures. And then at the top of the pyramid is wisdom, which is the ability to choose how you use the knowledge to advance health, humankind, other purposes. And that wisdom is really completely independent of knowledge, and it's really inherent in human values. So 2 points. One is that if we're going to control this process in a world where data is being, where papers are being synthesized at a huge level, and that where also data can be made up, we need to control the provenance of information at every stage. And that this goes back to publishers, and to say that you cannot publish without provenance. That you need to be able to show each step the transformation from data to information to knowledge, and the advice that goes there, and that you need to track that. And I have a paper suggesting that's what the National Library of Medicine should be doing with its time. Okay. And then what does it mean to apply wisdom in a situation? Wisdom is not just gray hair, it's actually a process with this. So we have guidelines for how to use AI in appropriate situations, and this is a model where we're trying to predict the mean medical expenditures based on an algorithm. And these are different features of this model which would be consistent with good application of governance. this sort of process of ensuring AI is appropriate. The audience participation time, I'm sorry it's come so late in the talk. How many say that it's answer A? Okay, let's skip to it. Is it D? The answer is yes, if you're good at taking test questions. But the answer is that it's a trick question. None of these actually work. This is a very famous paper I showed you a slide from that started the process of understanding what racial bias is and systematic bias is in AI applications by Zad Obermeyer. The point here is that we're measuring the wrong variable. If we try to predict resource utilization and use resource utilization to drive access to care, we're actually amplifying the problems that are there in the discrepancies that in our society, because access to resource utilization is linked heavily to access to care, and if people don't have access to care, then they're not. Then what we're doing is really exacerbating the discrepancies in our society, disparities in our society due to that. If we can still use that word, but the point here is that this is the bottom curve is African Americans, and it shows that whatever you do here, you're going to be prejudiced if you target resource utilization as your variable trigger for that, and that's wisdom. Okay. That's really what we're saying in this process, is that wisdom teaches us where we apply models for good and bad. Okay, so there's some other issues that are coming up with AI, as we say. One of the bigger ones I'm very interested in is de-skilling or never skilling in medical training. And it's caught a lot of publicity after this New England Journal article talks about it. I think that the amount of data that's there about de-skilling is really there. Remember, you're interacting with something that's smarter than you inherently in an AI setting, especially when you're a student. So the question is when does this lead to de-skilling, and how does it lead to that? And I'd say that that's a very interesting question, and we need to study it pretty closely. But it does have opportunities that are also associated with it. And this article just came out in the New England Journal sort of saying that we could really change medical education based on this kind of a hypothesis, that if we had agents that were monitoring a student's process, that was building a very detailed view of their competencies, that we could alter their processes and compress a timeline for achieving the kinds of competencies they need to have by changing their exposures, and that AI could be driving that. So this to me sounds really cool, and it is actually one of the promises of it. The peril really is this the issue of de-skilling in the process, and what that really means. And it's something, it's more of a threat right now, because everybody recognizes there's the potential, but I don't think we've actually formulated what the problems are yet. That gets to what my center is doing, and what we're trying to build here. This is the leadership of the center, and that what our goals are and what we're focused on. It's really on this combination between AI-enabled learning, health, and research systems, and AI-enabled science and medical education systems. And it's focused around two ideas, living laboratories and digital twins. And I'll kind of explain those as we're going on. We have done a lot of the normal things, though, that you do. There's a PhD program that's been founded in the School of Health Professions. There's an MD with distinction degree that we're bringing across the two campuses of our medical school. There's summer internships, a postdoctoral fellowship we're sponsoring, pilot programs in AI, a boot camp, which many of you, I hope you'll take. One is on RNA-seq and in its interpretation of genomics. The other is going to be on automating systematic reviews. And that we'll also have classes that are being developed on that. And then we have our annual symposium, which had about 200 attendees last year, and we have about 150 registered so far. I'll tell you a little more about that at the end and give you a barcode to find out more. This is what we mean by a living laboratory. you can see it's kind of got this inherent feedback loop mechanisms that are part of the learning health system methodology. We're in the process with our partners at Barnabas Health of purchasing a large number of surgical robots, Da Vinci 5s, which are really high-end material that have AI features that are already embedded in there. But there's not a systematic place where we're collecting that data and using it. So one of our ideas is to use the data that's being collected in surgery to create digital twins of that patient for subsequent use. And the two real uses are, one, improving the quality of the surgery, allowing a surgeon to review the mistakes they may have made or the approaches and try other options to learn from the process. And then in using surgical robots, only the incisions are so small that the learners, the medical students or the residents, can't really get involved with the procedure. So this would also allow the students to be able to revisit an operation and our residents to be able to develop the skills that they need. The idea here is that there's a huge amount of data streaming out of that robot. Currently, we're just scratching the surface of what we can do with that to build that. But you can sort of see there's the health system, there's a place where the data comes out, there's a lab where people come back in to use the simulation, and then that feeds back into their performance. And that's what we really mean by a living lab, is it has those sort of feedback loop perspectives, and the digital twin case being the driver of that. This is another area that we're working on, which we're really excited about, which is a living laboratory around the health of Rutgers students. We have a wonderful app called the My Rutgers app here, which helps students manage every aspect of their lives except their health, largely. There's some very few features that are part of that. What we'd like to do is to add health-related features with AI tools to this and create an environment where we can improve student well-being, increase retention, advance the science of smart and connected health, and have citizen scientists as part of our classes, people just studying what they need to do to improve their own health. And then and that would involve adding these types of features to this. And so we're just working through the basics of getting the coalition of people together to do this and exploring what it would take to add these features. But we're very optimistic that the present app can support a lot of these ideas and would allow us to use the whole campus really as a living laboratory. And this is what's coming up here, where you can find out more about what we're doing. It's on the 23rd of this month, our second symposium, and that we'd love to have you there. We'll have a panel on this Rutgers Health app and the needs that people have, and we'll also have a number of other panels from the data science to precision medicine and other ideas there. So we'd love to have you attend as we're going on here. This wouldn't be possible without a really large cast of characters that are I can't name all of them here, but they include Mike Zwick and others who was just speaking, but that we're really grateful to Rutgers for creating the atmosphere where this can happen and where we can bring some of these ideas to bear that we've been working on. So thank you very much. I think I took every extra minute of time that I could have. If you can allow me, I'll take one or two questions if people.
To take some quick questions. If you do ask a question and you're in this room, please use a microphone so the remote people can hear you. And Maria, also, you have two questions? Okay. All right.
Okay, so should we do the?
Let's do the remote ones. Maria, do you want to read them?
Yes. First one, how do we know that papers were created synthetically with AI, or were they just edited by AI, and the AI checkers pick them as AI creator?
There's actually a beautiful literature that's going on as to how hard it is and how much is exposed. It has to do with comparing the actual structure of language and the correlates of the words that are there. So I think that the issue is created with AI versus completely generated with AI, and it's a continuum as to what's going on. But there is, depending on how you look at it, the percentage of content and the number of publications that are AI linked have substantial contributions from AI, maybe as high as 40%, 60% now. It's really quite pervasive in there. Completely AI synthesis, probably still not so. It's going to be more in those structured areas where you're taking a database and telling it to produce a paper in that kind of pattern. And there still may be some editing with that. But and this detection thing is not 100%. It's going to be very, it's based on the correlation between words and the types of words that people have, and the language of man before AI was introduced versus this new language we have now that's continually evolving in the face of AI. That was a good question, though.
The second question, how does AI-based diagnosis tool analyzes emotions reported from the patient, like in the physician's communication with patients?
I haven't seen a lot of articles on that. One of my students, a postdoc actually, is using the voice recordings that are being transcribed to detect hearing impairment. But there's also people using this to detect depression and other things where we take the voice recordings and don't look at the words, but really look at the syntax and the delays in speech and other things like that, and use that to pick up what emotions are there. So that's a good way to address some of the problems that you're seeing, is if we can get access to voice recordings. What Warner Slack did 50 years ago is he looked at how long it took for people to hit the key. And that was just a simple measure of how much decisional conflict people might have had or something like that. So, but I think the voice recordings and those other types of things are going to give us a lot of data that we're currently not processing much in our clinical environments.
Hello, good morning.
Sorry,
Because we have to move on to the next two speakers.
I have a question. Is there a software that exists to verify and check the research and writing in academics where you could verify if there's integrity in the work that's being submitted from students and even publishings alike?
Well, it's kind of an arms race. And I look to publishers to help provide the context for that. But really, you want to see people show the provenance of the work. So citation is more important than ever, but it's actually how their ideas evolved and what the whole process was of coming to it. If they can't document the process of how they got to an idea, then you have a problem. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It was just
Thank you,
great.
Dr. Leonard. That was amazing. Okay, we're going to move to a part of our program that is a spotlight on AI and research. And we have two excellent speakers, Dr. Hayat Mansetti. She is the Director of STEM Career Computing and Engineering Initiatives at Douglas Residential College. And she will also be followed by Dr. Hussein Issa. He's an Associate Professor of Accounting and Information Systems at the Rutgers Business School in Newark and New Brunswick. So Hayat, if you want to go first.
I can just use this. Hi, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. The title of this presentation is a bit direct, and that is on purpose. I want to cut through the noise around AI and have an honest conversation, no hype, no fear, just clarity. First, sorry, can't see the presentation. Oh, okay. So before we start, I have a quick question. How many of you have used the word thinks, understands, or knows to describe an AI tool in the last 30 days? Could be in research or class or just a conversation. Okay, so I believe most of us have. And that's exactly where I want to start, because the word we use to describe AI matters more than we think. So what are we unpacking today is the three sections. So I'm gonna cover the myth we carry into the room, and then talk about what AI really is in a plain language. Then cover some ethical invoice, which is the hidden cost of the innovation. Then we're gonna cover some research ethics in applied context. So, the myth we carry into the rooms. Every field has conceptions that go and questions. In AI, those assumptions are shaping real decisions in policy, in research, and in the classroom. So let's put three of the biggest ones on the table. Myth number one is AI thinks, which is the most common misconception. When we say AI thinks or understand, we are actually describing something that's not happening. What AI actually does is predicts. It looks at patterns in text and calculates what word or phrase comes next. There are no comprehension behind it, no intention, just it's very sophisticated math at a very large scale. Myth number two, AI is objective. And this is very specific and special for researchers. Why? Because AI feels neutral, right? Because it's a machine. But think about it. This AI was trained on data that was produced by human societies. With all their history, biases, and blind spots. So when AI comes back to us, reflects back to us, it does it with the appearance of authority. That's actually more dangerous than obvious human bias. Myth number three is that AI will replace us, jobs and researchers. Actually, well, AI will take over certain tasks, no doubt about it, but it cannot replace judgment. It can't design ethical study, it can't make a difficult call in the field, and it can't weigh competing values in a complex situation. So what AI automate is the mechanical work, which is, let's say, statistical analysis or data analysis for the research. But what remains is the thinking, the ethics, and the interpretations is all ours. So what is AI really is? Now that we have cleared some misconceptions, let's build a simple, honest picture of what AI actually is. No jargon, no panic on that. I'm actually starting with a quick taxonomy on AI because we want to be on the same page, we understand what we are actually talking about. This is some concept, there's a bigger list and more comprehensive list that I have it at the end. You can check it out for more information. So there are different types and categories of AI that helps, and it helps to know the difference. Narrow AI does one specific job and does it well. That goes under the umbrella under artificial intelligence. Think about it as like a spam of filters or recommendation engines. Then generative AI, as the names describe it, could generate text, images, code, voice, or videos. and also falls under deep learning that we're going to see on the hierarchy on the right. Then large language model, which is the LLMs, similar that all the LLMs that we know, those products that you're using, such as ChatGPT's family, generate text by predicting what comes next. And the AGI, the mythical AGI that we talk about, it's actually, think about it as an idea of a machine that can do everything a human can. This is mythical, of course, for now. It doesn't exist yet, despite what the headlines suggest. But the race to create the first AGI already started. Okay, and on the left, you can see this is from Texas State University. I have a hierarchy how all these falls under artificial intelligence. So you can see the large language models that we call them the LLMs. These are the core of the artificial intelligence. That's what we're using right now. Okay, next. Next is where we have these three concepts that helps you understand better AI. So the simplest way I can describe a large language model is this. Think about it as your phone's autocomplete functions, trained on essentially everything ever written or shared on the internet. So it predicts the next word based on patterns, billions of times, and very fast. It doesn't know what's saying. It doesn't retrieve fact the way you look something up. It produces what's statistically likely to come next. That is why it sounds brilliant, can sound brilliant, but completely, it could be completely wrong at the same time. And that's what we call hallucination. It's known as hallucination. In the section of the ethical invoice that we're going to tackle, what are the costs that's related to this technology? Every technology has cost. AI is no different. The real question here is who pays these costs and whether these people were ever asked. Okay, I have several, so I'm just going to go through the main ones. The hidden cost of AI innovation. Three categories that are worth knowing. Environmental, and on the environmental side, I would say data center already consume 1.5 of global electricity. US cooling waters tripled in the last decade, and training one large model such as ChatGPT-3 might consume and emit 112 cars in a year, produce in a year. On the human side, behind every system are workers in the global south, such as Kenya and Philippines, paid very little, between $1 and $3 an hour, viewing some most disturbing content, so the model learns from it and filter it. And on the data, the text, the art, and the personal information used to train these systems collected at scale without asking the people it came from. So the innovation is never free. The question is always, who pays? The costs continue, so the other two ones. I would start with the model collapse, which is also known as the Habsburg AI phenomenon, very similar to the Habsburg dynasty that you may know. So this is when AI is trained on its own AI-generated content. So the range of ideas slowly shrinks, and it becomes a loop of the same patterns, the same phrases, and also the same conclusions. So it dressed up differently each time. The second one is the intellectual property. So these models actually were trained on books, articles, artwork, and code without permission and not even compensation to those people who created. Another one is the displacement and economic inequity. So we all know that AI is shaping the job market, but not evenly. So entry-level and routine roles are feeling the pressure first. And the higher income workers have more room to adapt and even benefit. So this transition is real, and it won't land the same way for everyone. For section 4 that we're gonna talk about the research ethics in applied context, I have a question here. So we're gonna address what does responsible AI use look like? Not in theory, but in practice, in your lab, in your classroom, or publications. So there is 4 principles to keep in mind. It's interrogate before you deploy, teach critical consumption, design research that AI cannot replicate, and cite and attribute transparently. So let's see each of those. The first one is from user to researcher. It's recommended before using any tool, any AI tool, to ask 3 questions. Who built it? Knowing the source tells you what incentives influenced its design. Second question is on what data? So we know also that AI mirrors training data, so a researcher who fails to question this data source may mistake the model's blind spot for fact. That's very critical. And the last question is for whose benefit? As a researcher, ask yourself, is this tool designed to help me do better research or to serve someone else's bottom line? The answer will change how you use it and whether you use it at all. So these questions are not obstacle to the efficiency, they are the methodology. In a world that moves fast and rewards shortcuts, slowing down and ask good questions is itself a research act. Okay, so the second principle was designing research that cannot be replicated by AI. So 3 things AI simply cannot do. AI cannot be in the room, so presence is human, requires a human, and AI cannot publish an uncomfortable truth, and that takes conscience. And third, AI cannot read the room, know your community, or make the call that only context can justify, which takes wisdom and judgment. And all these 3 still yours as a researcher. AI literacy as research competency, that's combined principle 3 and 4. So here, I would say student needs to understand how to use these tools and need to understand how these tools work, where they fail, and how to cite them properly, including when not to use them at all. And on the other hand, institutions need to do their parts too by providing clear policies, faculty training before deployment, and ethical audits before adopting AI tool at scale. To conclude, I would say the word we use to describe AI shape how people think about it in policy, in research, and in the classroom. We are not only watching the technology unfold. We are the ones who explain it, framing it, and teaching it. That comes with real responsibility and real opportunity. Finally, I will leave you with this. When using AI, always keep the human in the loop. That is not negotiable. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, sure. No problem.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
sure. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Oh, okay. We were going to hold off and wait until Dr. Issa spoke and then address questions to both of them.
There's more references for you. So you wanna?
can guys hear me? Also, like online, is it good? I like to walk around. Okay. I'm short. If I stand behind the podium, you cannot see me. That's why. But it's okay. So, my name is Hussein Isa. I'm an associate professor in the Accounting Information Systems Department at the Business School. And as you can see, basically the pictures that are in this, just disclaimer, the pictures that are used in this presentations are all AI generated. First of all, because I don't know how to draw. I can barely write. I haven't written like handwritten things because I can't even read my handwriting. So I actually depend a lot on typed stuff. So images generated by Gen AI are very cool. I'm going to talk about a couple of things here. So I'm going to talk about the benefits and advantages of AI in research. And I'm going to address that in two different ways. Well, the first one is basically from two different perspectives. One of them is how to use AI as a methodology. And this has been around for a very, very long time. Both Leslie and Hyatt, they referred to that, right? That it's been around for a long, long time. Now, the other one is AI as a tool. This is where you can use it, for example, like I just did to generate images. Even this one, it used to be a bullet point. I just used Designer in PowerPoint and it created that. After that, I'm going to talk a little bit about challenges and risks in research and how, and there's a theme here. You can see that most of us are talking about it. And finally, I'm going to talk about some, well, kind of shameless advertisement about the research that our team does at the end. But in all fairness, Leslie did it first. So, guess what? How many of you actually, before you, like when you generate slides, etc., anyone here who has asked Gen AI to generate a full set of slides but just by prompting a short paragraph like that? How did you find them? They are not good, right? Okay. How did you know that they are not good? Because Sonia knows about it, because she's an expert in the area, right? So the thing is, this slide was generated by AI. Admittedly, it's getting better, right? But anyway, so the idea here is, I'm going to actually talk here about the methodology. When you talk about discussing AI and research, there are three different areas. The main one is methodology. If you're talking about it as, how is it used as methodology, like machine learning and neural networks, etc., that are used for predictive analytics and for, in my case, for example, for fraud detection and outlier detection and all these things, right? For customer segmentation. My examples will be, of course, from the business school, because that's what I understand. Another way is when you use it as a tool, like we've been using Gen AI in our daily life, right? A lot of people nowadays, they just use it for to query things, to ask for stuff. Even like just as Google, some people, I know someone, for example, she broke up with her boyfriend using a text message generated by Gen AI. According to her, he could not take it personally, which is true in this case. Other people, for example, use it to write their vows, wedding vows. I know that my wife would not be happy with me, and I wouldn't be even married if that happened. But as a tool, it's been used. The third part is actually talking about it as a context, as the topic of research, but I'm not, there are people who are way more qualified than I am to talk about that, so I'm going to refrain from talking about this. So in this case, methodology. We've been using machine learning for a very, very long time, way before people started like all the hype about AI, because now people, when they talk about AI, they are referring to ChatGPT. Let me put it this way. 78% of the market share is ChatGPT. Not even just Gen AI, ChatGPT. It's becoming a verb, basically. So one of the things is, we've been using, for example, machine learning, like cluster analysis for customer segmentation. It has been around for a very long time. It helps group people according to their own, according to some criteria, right? So basically the idea is that if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. That's how it behaves. That's how it actually allows you to group people. This is how we get recommendations. This is how recommender systems, for example, work. When you buy something on Amazon, if you're buying something for an iPhone, if you buy a case for an iPhone, it will suggest also, for instance, a screen protector for that same iPhone model that you just requested. How do they know that? Using machine learning, right? So predictive analytics, we've been doing that for a long time again. And things like, for instance, in our case, in our examples, we've used it for like as rule-based systems, decision trees, neural networks, SVMs. All these were used in order to, for example, predict fraud. Okay, all of these were used to, for instance, predict bankruptcy. So this is not a new topic. This is not something that just happened. Okay. Now, on the other hand, those methodologies, they used to be like the coding of those models, they were very difficult. For someone to actually use cluster analysis, I know like you would need to have to be trained in machine learning to be able to use it in your analysis, in your research. And I know I was lucky, for example, to get such training, but it's not an easy one. And it takes a long time to learn how to code it, how to use it. In the past, people would use different languages. Nowadays, it's mostly Python if you want to use the code, but you have to know how to write it. You have to know how to manipulate the software and the different criteria, even because, like, for example, for a task as simple as outlier detection, it depends on the type of the data, on the questions asked. So it's not a simple query that you have to write. So people need training. This is why it used to be a really lucrative job to learn this and to work for companies as someone who knows how to use AI. Now, questions in research, the questions they used to be the same. How do you predict company performance? It was the same as people use regression analysis, but now you're using a different type of data, and you are able to use larger data sets. But this is actually changing when you think of it as a tool. When Gen AI was introduced, people start to use it in a different way. At this point, people are no longer just using it as a research method. With research methods, it was very, very powerful. It was able to predict. And this is how, for example, algorithmic trading for finance. In finance, it's being used. In marketing, you have customer segmentation, recommender systems. In accounting, for example, again, fraud detection, duplicate detection, duplicate invoices, payments, and all these things. All these different problems that were used, that were taking advantage of machine learning. Now, as a tool, it's a completely separate point now. Now we're talking mostly about Gen AI. How to use Gen AI to create the code that will allow you to use a cluster analysis? Because you've heard of vibe coding. How many of you heard of vibe coding? It allows people, and I know some people who know nothing about coding, they are creating apps for the phones. They know nothing about coding. They really don't understand how coding works, but they are able to do that. How? Their BFF, ChatGPT. And if you think about it, how is it used in research now? Both Leslie and Hyatt, they actually refer to the use of that to synthesize literatures, right? Like, so for example, if you're summarizing a literature, if you're writing a paper and summarizes a literature, how would that work? It can actually summarize. It does sometimes a decent job. It's not perfect. You still have to do the extra work to verify it. So kind of trust and verify. This is actually a very helpful thing. This is why I said here, literature review with caveat. By the way, the picture on the left side, the figure on the left side, and the right side is the same as the table. Those are the same. I'm just using it, one of the tools, which is called Napkin AI. It actually generates those nice images. How many of us, when we have a conference like this, we're using presentation slides to basically to present our papers? We all do. Most of the presentations in the past, academic ones especially, they look what? Boring. Why? Because our text, in most of the time, it's bullet points, it's heavy on text, and when people look at them, this is why you see a lot of people nodding off when you're presenting. I know I do. But recently, my slides look nice. People look at them, oh wow, they don't actually even read what is. Did you guys read what's written there? You just looked at the pencil, right? But at least it kept you awake. That's a good thing. Now, when you look at it, it helps with preparing your slides, with kind of creating these things. So this is a tool. One of the things that I've actually used it a lot is to check for journal fit. It actually can do a good job. We write a paper, and later on we're kind of trying to sometimes we are targeting a specific journal, but in certain cases, especially after the first rejection and the second rejection and the third rejection, and like one of my papers which had like 9 rejections, I swear it's a good paper, I swear, but everyone says that it's out of this, like outside the scope of that journal. So I wanted to find a journal that would be a good fit, where they won't tell me that. You can actually ask it to suggest journals. In the past, we used to Google that to ask, okay, so what kind of journals present that? Okay, now this is something else that helps. To me, another thing that actually I always check, you know how we used Grammarly to check our proofreadings, etc., to make sure that we haven't made any typos, etc.? GenAI can do the same thing. One of the things that actually does more than that, you can ask it for clarity. I actually ask it, is my paper clear? Is it cohesive? Because in many cases, is it coherent what I'm trying to, the message that I'm trying to convey? Because in many cases, it's clear in our head, because we've been working on this paper for months and years sometimes, and we know every single detail. So to us, this makes a lot of sense. But when people read it, they might say that, okay, so there's a piece of information missing here. There's a link missing here. It can actually help you with finding out that missing link. Okay? It can allow you to create podcasts and to generate, for example, infographics, which would be good, for example, if you want to advertise later on to put it on some, for example, as a poster, right? All those are different tools that are helpful in research. Now, I put here hypothesis generation, but I did not say how good it is. In fact, this is the next slide, I think. But you can actually, one of the things that it actually helps with is using it to check if your responses to the reviewers are adequate. Think of it as a second pair of eyes. You can say, okay, did I address them properly? It can tell you whether this was done well, or it can highlight certain points where you did not do a good job. But in my opinion, if you ask it to address them directly, it will do a horrible job. It's not able to do that. So you have to do the work, like you said, you do the work, but at the same time, what you actually benefit from is someone checking your work. That's not bad. It's like asking your colleague. You ask someone else, we always do that, right? We ask someone else to, okay, did I do a good job with this one or not? And it always helps. That's also another one that's used in napkin, and I created it. And look, again, you're looking at the light bulb, you're not looking at the text. I know that, because also my students do that, and I myself do that. Now, why do we use it? Like I said, because it actually speeds up the work. I know someone like a really good researcher who said that the time that it used to take him to review or to basically to revise a paper after a revise and resubmit, it used to take him like 6 months. Now it takes him 2 weeks, because it allows him to do things faster. Okay? And Leslie showed a graph actually that shows how many papers are actually being pumped into the literature now. It's just like crazy, because people are just using it. And I know that, for example, a PhD student, for example, in our case, wrote a paper in a couple of days. And I was like, okay, so the request, like I served on his dissertation committee, and I had made some comments that needed to be addressed. He came back to me the following day, and with all these addressed, I was like, there's absolutely no way, because I can't do it, no one can do it, to address all these comments in one day. I mean, come on, it's not possible. So at that point, I knew he was using AI. So when we verified that, there were certain things that are, guess what? Not correct. So he had to actually go and do the legwork, and I forced him to redo the whole work himself. Now, it's good at finding some literature, etc., but there is also a caveat with finding literature, by the way. So, challenges and risks. This is where the fun begins, okay? People can say that, yes, some people say that this is the best thing since sliced bread. But in reality, it's not as simple. We talked about literature reviews, but it hallucinates. How many of you ever found a paper that's not really written by those people who it claims that? And this is a simple thing. Just check, for example, on Google Scholar. Nothing more than that, and you'll find that this is not correct. So I don't understand it. It's the same reason why when it writes, it makes mistakes. Like, for example, when, at least last year it was, when you would ask it how many letters are there in strawberry. It would say 2. I mean, just checking any dictionary, it would get it right. But I don't know why. So accuracy is a big, big concern when you're using it in research, especially Gen AI. I'm talking about Gen AI here. Because, again, Gen AI is probabilistic in nature, and this probability brings in kind of sometimes inaccuracies. Machine learning, traditional machine learning, like when you were using it for predictive analytics, it was more deterministic. That's why it was possible to replicate your work. With this one, replicability is an issue. So, for example, if a reviewer, you submit your paper to a journal, a reviewer asks for the code, and even if you give them the same prompt and you ask it to do the same thing, for instance, if you're using Gen AI, it may very well give you different results. So replicability is an issue. When you think about accuracy, again, one of my friends calls it the unknown unknown. Now, when someone like you guys, you have experience, you know what you're saying, you know what you're doing, you know the literature, and you ask it to generate or to run some analysis, and just by looking at it, you know that, okay, this doesn't make sense. Just by looking at the figure earlier, Lester was able to say that this one doesn't make sense. When we were looking at, for example, and he asked for additional human values, it just slapped it on the graph. That's all it did. But if I am a student, a PhD student, like a junior PhD student, first or second year, and I don't know any better, I may take it for granted. I may say that, yes, this is it. This is the correct thing, right? Now, again, academic integrity, we talked, like, basically covered it very well, so I'm going to skip this one, and AI ethics as well. But journals are actually asking more and more for transparency in how you use AI when you submit a paper. There's a reason for that. And I think, Maria, you had a question from online, right? Where you talked about, like, that question was, how do you find out this? One of the things that I noticed, like, and I serve as associate editor for several journals, and one of the things that I noticed is there are papers where you have like 10 different theories in the same paper. We've never seen that in the past, where you have like 10 different theories and they are all just crammed into that one single paper and they don't make any sense. So you know at that point that, yes, this is AI generated. Because first of all, those are very obscure theories that God knows how AI found it. But it's kind of difficult. And to us, explainability is a very big important thing, because you have to explain yourself to the reviewers, to the editor, etc., so that you would make sure that this is actually accurate and that the information that you're discussing is or makes sense. Contextual misunderstanding, again, it doesn't think, it doesn't really understand. And there's another thing that to me it's actually interesting. I find it like ideation homogenization. And this by this one is when you ask, like a friend of mine, she actually wrote a paper about Gen AI creating from A to Z accounting papers. It created like over, I don't know, like 100 papers. When you look at it at first, you think, oh wow, it's actually really good. It wrote everything, including synthesizing the data, running the analysis, the methodology, the literature review, etc. But then closer look at them, they are very, 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 very similar. So it's not really, and especially if people start to use it, we will actually converge at then, because if I ask it for questions about accounting and information systems, that's my area with emerging technologies, then, and for example, later on, Mukesh asks the same question, it will give us similar ideas. So at that point, it will converge. In the past, it used to be, yes, this person has really nice ideas, and this person is learning from the other person. That's why we had mentors, and that's why we had people to look up to, and then people to read. But after all, if it becomes all the same, then what are we doing? It will basically become all the same. It no longer will be interesting. This is AI generated, you can see. But because this is the University Libraries, it's actually it covered multiple topics. What I did to generate this specific slide, I uploaded the agenda of the program, and I actually put the link to the program. And because it includes presentations that are about healthcare, that are about, for example, like humanities, social sciences, and this is organized by the university libraries, etc. And because my area is business and accounting, you can see that specifically accounting, because of me, it actually created this slide. This is research that is done by our research center, and some shameless advertisement. We've been ranked #1 globally for the past 20 years in AIS research. We're really good at AIS research. Okay, so we are like, accountants are known to be nerds, add information systems, so we are like among the royalty of nerds when it comes to AIS. But I hope that, good thing that I'm tenured, I'm not gonna get fired for saying that. But so the thing is, you can see here that this is looking at AI as methodology. This is not looking at AI or using AI as a tool. We have used recently, in the past couple of years, we added more and more projects where, for example, with robotic process automation, we combine the robotic process automation with Gen AI in order to extract information and then run more structured data. I'm running out of time, so if you have any questions, please let me know. And this is simply to highlight the fact that we still need to keep human control. So we still need to keep basically to human in the loop. It is really important to verify the information. Okay? Any questions? To start this. Okay.
There's microphones working there, so that way
Sounds
everybody
good.
can see you and ask questions. Okay. Okay, go, Jonathan, go ahead.
Press a button. Oh, perfect. Just wanted to say excellent presentation from everyone who presented, so thank you guys so much. As all the presenters mentioned, that there were systematic reviews increased, there was an influx of research papers being produced, and a good portion of them were developed by generative AI or some type of component. And we know many of the pressures, being a part of R1 academic institutions, that the tenure process is strenuous and relies primarily on quality, but volume as well. Do you think that the tenure and promotion process should be reevaluated or changed based on this?
So I think that it will have to change, because if I can produce 10 papers in a matter of a couple of months,
Yeah.
but those are bad or they were published in really low-tier journals, then in this case it's not going to help. And this is one of the reasons why, like for example, a university, an R1 university like Rutgers is focused a lot on top-tier journals. Right. And in this case, the tenure and promotion, and this is above my pay grade, just to say, because in general, we focus a lot on publications that are in top-tier journals. Top-tier journals, so far, they have been very strict about the use of Gen AI, and but detecting that is becoming more and more difficult. The better the models are getting, the more difficult it is to detect it. Plus, people can manipulate or can change it. So I think in addition to the fact that journals have to be careful about that, I think there is a big load that will have to go to the editors and reviewers. Now, going back to Rutgers, I think one of the things that will have to be focused on, again, everyone is aware of it, so it has to be taken as impact maybe, like something you can look at the impact, you can look at citations, you can look at other stuff, other criteria, not just this specific, the volume or the number.
Right. Yes.
Can I add a comment on that? That I think that the impact has to be rethought what it is. It's the impact on subsequent papers, not just the citation, but on, sort of the knowledge network for the field. That we need to think about single papers that really change ideas, and that citation rates are a poor metric of that.
Can I just jump in? Also,
Okay,
I'm Ann from Elsevier.
Then after that, we're going to let Tibor, because he's been waiting. Thanks
Sorry,
for the question. Go ahead.
Such a hot topic, but just the ways in which we're looking beyond citations as a metric for evaluation. It's no longer about output, but we are looking at citations in patents, citations in policy documents, economic impact as part of, industry associations. It's vital that we look just beyond those initial
And
output
societal
counts.
impact, as well as
Absolutely.
professional impact.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you for very efficient myth busting. At the same time, on December 16, 1903, almost nobody would believe that in 10 years, 11 years' time, warplanes would be bombing in World War I. So inspired by one of the tenets in the first presentation that said questions are not obstacles to efficiency, they are the methodology. I would like to play the anti-Luddite devil's advocate, and I wonder how you respond to that. So of the three myths, I would like to challenge the first two. You said AI does not think. Do we know what human thinking actually is beyond what we know that it's the interaction among 100 billion neurons and them and the physical world? So perhaps right now AI does not have the sensory access to the physical world. So maybe that's why it's not thinking the way we think of thinking. Second one, AI is not objective. Are people objective? Or can they be trained to be more objective? Don't we all hallucinate, or at least some of the time, some of us? And then the third myth you mentioned, that AI will not replace researchers. Well, maybe it's exactly because AI, at least right now, does not have physical or sensory access to the physical world. So how do we think about these myths in 10 years' time? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's a great question. I was referring to those three myths as of, like you say, today. So today, computers, like those models, they don't think as human things, not the same way. Even though if it's developed like in the next 10 years, as I mentioned earlier, that AGI, people are working on AGI, is not there yet, so it's still mythical. So as of today, I don't think the computer have the ability of thinking the same way the humans does. So just like a myth for now to think as of it. I don't have the knowledge to say or confirm that computers have the same ability of thinking as human. The second myth that I was trying to debunk is the objectivity. That's definitely, I know that humans are not objective too, there's subjectivity too. However, AI, we believe as researchers that they're objective. That's what I was trying to debunk, the idea of the researcher will overly rely on AI models by thinking that these models, these are computers, these are machines, and they are neutral. That's why we assume that are objective, which is in reality, they're just a reflection of the data, the trained data, the data they were trained on, which is full of biases and whatever data was trained on. The third point was about the what was that? Oh, sorry, about the replacement. Yes, as I said and also mentioned earlier, we want to keep the human in the loop. So researchers, they're not gonna be replaced, of course, because all the tasks, repetitive tasks that are within the research process could be replaced by any LLM or any machine or predictive machine. So, for example, analyzing any or synthesizing any a huge amount of lit review and doing some statistical analysis, but the judgment part and the human part cannot be replaced for now yet. As of today, that's what I'm saying. I know you're talking about the AGI, but I'm trying to keep it, we open a new door for that.
Okay, were there other questions? Oh, you have one, go ahead.
Hello. Hi. Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. My name is Hec Maldonado-Reese. My question is centered from my perspective as a practitioner in tech and social mission organizations. So we know data, models, and workforce. Those are almost 3 compartments that we're navigating in the generative AI space. I'm curious, through a lens of equity, which of those 3 pillars is a starting point towards designing and embedding equity in decisions that Gen AI solutions have, and if you have thoughts around that.
You want the first one? Go ahead. So, when you talk about equity in this case, I think one of the things that Gen AI made it more possible is kind of democratized AI in certain, in a sense. In the past, like I know from based on my personal experiences, that big accounting firms, for example, who had enough money to invest in those things, were able to have AI, etc. And by that I mean traditional machine learning algorithms for predictive analytics, etc. Smaller firms, they did not have these means. It would be prohibitively expensive for them to hire someone, for example, to write those models. So it was not possible for them to have. There was a big disparity between the two, between big firms and smaller firms. I'm talking about accounting because this is the area that I know about. However, with Gen AI, there's still some disparity, I admit. Like, for example, still, again, those big accounting firms who have more resources, they are able to fine-tune and train the models for their own needs, but the others have also been able to use some kind of AI, at least. So it's not the same, but it's still at least like slightly better. It's like using a free version of ChatGPT as opposed to the $20 one, as opposed to the $200 subscription. Still, even the free one can give you access to some kind of AI, as opposed to in the past, you had zero access. I would say that this kind of is changing, and it's becoming more and more equitable from that perspective.
Okay, let's see if we have any remote questions. Oh, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Then we'll go to Maria.
Thank you again for your presentation. I'm a master's student in public informatics department. I want to read my question, sorry for that. My question is about creativity. And if we compare AI and human creativity, there is a lot of gaps. And I wonder that AI takes the creativity features from humans. So how we can develop our creativity features when AI is so much in our life? Or how can AI affect human creativity? Thank you.
In terms of creativity, I believe that human still have that component, and working with AI will actually amplify the creativity. So think about prompt engineering. So it depends. When you want to create something and design something, and you just use a simple prompt, so you get the response you got, it's correlated to your prompt. So it depends. It's whatever you put in on AI, that's what you got. But if you practice creativity and you practice your own, deep idea, that will reflect also on AI. So I would say working together, that's what it is. It's always keeping the human in the loop, but working together with AI to make that creativity more amplified.
Okay. Maria, do you have any remote questions?
Yes. The first question is to Dr. Benseri and Badr. It's about the tools. How do you know who built it, what data AI used, and for what, and whose benefit?
So it's simple. So the researchers should research before deploying any AI tool. First thing, they need to know who built this AI tool. It's very easy to find the list of LLMs that are available to us. Rutgers already has those permitted. Those are available for students. We already have Gemini and Notebook LLM, and also Copilot that's integrated with Microsoft. So these are the ones that's in-house at Rutgers we use. So we know who built it. So we know the companies. We know that ChatGPT is from OpenAI, Claude from Anthropic. So it's easy to find this piece of information. And keep in mind, why these companies, if when you know the source of these LLMs, you actually can have an idea the incentive behind it. Is it like commercial? Is it for academia? So at least you can have a position toward that. And also the idea of what's the second thing? On what data? So you know that whatever goes in, that's the reflection of what comes out. Is the data has biases, or the data is clean? The data that was trained, the model that was trained, what specific data that would create the output? That's what it is. Did I cover everything?
Thank you.
Thanks.
The second question is to Dr. Issa, and I'm going to read it. Not to be a monster, but which tool made those graphics? They are so cool.
So the graphics were done using Napkin AI. And the slides, like the set of slides that are generated, and I kind of a comparison, I showed one slide that was created by that. It was using ChatGPT, and I asked it to create it in a PowerPoint slide as a PowerPoint file, and I asked it to also create it using to include graphics and everything in it, and it did that. And I actually also asked it to use the theme from Rutgers University, which is red, etc., and it was able to do that. But Napkin AI is the one that actually creates those nice images and can access it. I think there is part of it is for free. Another tool that you may be interested in is called Gamma app, and it also generates slides as well.
Okay, were there any other questions? Okay, we have one over here.
Thank you both for your presentations. You both, I think, mentioned the homogenization of ideas as well as model collapse. And I'm just wondering, for both of you, kind of what do you see as the timeline for these things happening, and kind of in terms of the future of AI, right? So as we continue to use these things, as we continue to produce our slides, our papers, right, and we all start coming up with the same ideas, same kind of content, same images, and all that goes back into the model, right? It becomes even more homogeneous and even kind of dumber, right? It starts to dumb down the whole thing. So I'm just wondering, how do you see that scaling over the next, say, 5 to 10 years?
Sadly, knowing how lazy we are as humans, it's going to happen fast. This is the sad part. However, hopefully, I still hope that at least academic researchers are not as lazy. Again, I said hopefully, but it is actually, it started to happen, where you can start seeing conversion in certain things. But to predict how fast it will happen, honestly, it depends largely on the model. It's really difficult to do that, to speculate on that, simply because this technology is moving really, really, really fast. Sorry.
Go on break, so go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question. Like the second speaker mentioned that AI as a methodology has not changed very much. We have been using like machine learning for prediction. So that is, did I misunderstand you?
I wouldn't say it hasn't changed. I said it has been used.
Right.
But did it change? Yes. Like one of the easy things that it changed is like how do you especially when you combine it with, for example, Gen AI to write the code, etc. That has already changed it. Made it a lot easier to, for example, do that. But it still it has been in use for a significant amount of time.
And do you think that will continue to be used?
Yes.
Like the reason I'm asking is that the first speaker mentioned that like we should design research that is not going to be replaced by AI, but with all the like the prediction model, the question is that will that be replaced by AI? Like the human interference with that, or the human input into that process, will that be replaced?
I'm assuming you're talking about automation of this kind of work. Yes, automation will actually happen faster. And in the past, we actually always used some different kinds of automation. Automation is not new. It just became easier. And now with agentic AI, for instance, it allows you to run those different things, but still in the background, the same old machine learning algorithms, some of which that they've been around since the 1960s, but they have still, the algorithms are already powerful. Now it's more possible to use them. I think that it will still continue because those are, many of them are deterministic in nature, and that is, it's actually can be give you accurate numbers depending on the accuracy. It can be used, for example, for default rate, like loan default percentage, like the risk actuarians, for example, insurance companies, they use it a lot to calculate risks. So this is something that will not stop, in my opinion. It will simply be empowered if used properly. Again, if responsible use of AI is the key word here, and that includes use of like basically with a human in the loop to make sure that it's not just copy paste and just over reliance on Gen AI, but in general, it's still, I think it can empower the use of machine learning algorithms that have been traditionally used.
Thank you.
All right, I want to thank all of our speakers for their excellent presentations. And we're going to take a 15-minute break, so please help yourself to something to drink and something to eat. Okay, everyone, we're going to resume our program. The next part of our program is also a spotlight on AI and research, and we have two speakers. We have Ms. Tanya Kanya, who is going to talk about AI phobia and AI anxiety in the context of social media. She was going to co-present with Dr. Jim Samuel and Dr. Christina Jackson, but they are not going to be able to join her, so she's going to be a solo act. And then also, just 1 second, she will be followed by Sonia Yoko, I cannot talk, Sonia Yako, who is our emerging technologies librarian, and she's going to discuss AI strategies to find insights in historic manuscripts. And what they're going to do is they're each going to speak, and then they will do what Hayat and Hussein did. They'll sit at the table so you can ask some questions. So go ahead, Tanya.
Sorry. Hi everyone, my name is Tanya Khanna and I'm working as a research assistant at Blaustein School of Planning and Public Policy. And today I'm here to present my research that we are developing across two domains. The first is an empirical study of AI news headlines and how the AI is portrayed in media. And the second is that we have conducted a natural language processing analysis of Reddit communities, specifically the cannabis subreddit, and how people ask for help and offer help on those communities. So this was developed with my collaborators, Professor Jim Samuel, also from Blaustein, and Dr. Christina Jackson from Rutgers Addiction Research Center. So here's the structure of the talk. We'll start with the problem that AI phobia is not just anecdotal, but the problem is real, and we ground it in the 70,000 news headlines that we analyze using machine learning, natural language processing, and large language models. And then we further move towards the bridge that connects. We'll be talking about few pathways that can help reduce AI anxiety. And thirdly, we'll be talking about the domain. We specifically chose a high need and a highly stigmatized community where it's where there's a scarcity of expert help. So we chose cannabis subreddits for that. And lastly, we conclude with the vision that how we can use agentic AI as help facilitators that can turn AI fear to actually getting comfortable with AI. So this, the first section of our talk has been published in IEEE Access as the rise of artificial intelligence phobia. So firstly, what is AI phobia? So it's basically an anxiety about the AI technology that gets driven by the portrayal of AI as dangerous, existential, threatening, or harmful to human welfare and employment in news coverage. And we saw that about 40% of the 70,000 news headlines that we analyzed have a negative sentiment towards it, out of which the 11% were explicitly having fear-related words like threat, warn, danger, fear. And these spanned from November 2020 up till February 2024 and have been taken from reputable sources like Forbes, Yahoo Finance, New York Times. So this is a semantic network of the headlines, and we see the terms that are densely clustered around AI. That's fear, that's scammer, then we have fake. So these are kind of some words that appeared in those headlines and give us an idea about what kind of news headlines are there that are actually propagating the fear. These are some of the direct examples from our data set, where we have the expert warnings, and we have the AI portrayed as a job destroyer, and further fueling the AI anxiety. So we used a mixture of methods to classify whether a headline is actually containing some kind of a fear or not. So we use lexicon-based sentiment analysis methods, and we also use deep learning methods and emotion classification. And we derive the main topics using topic modeling, and we also use the machine learning and human expert evaluation. So we consistently saw that there was fear-laden language in the AI news coverage, and the negative sentiment dominated the headlines. And this confusion and mistrust is actually inhibiting the scientific progress. So these are the performance numbers that we got from our models. And it's actually not about the best model, but actually all these models kind of converge to the same conclusion of detecting the fear in the news headlines. So AI phobia must be resolved, and the vicious cycle that it creates is one of the mechanisms that we kind of want to interrupt. So if headlines that are fear-inducing are read more and more by users, that creates a public mistrust between them, which and this mistrust actually leads to the avoidance and resistance towards the AI tools, which in turn leads to a very slow AI adoption. And communities actually miss out on the actual help that AI could provide in their work. And in turn, this is accumulating into an uninformed fear. So these are some of the real documented statistics. About 55,000 US jobs were cut due to AI in 2025, and 52% of workers worry about its impact. So AI phobia is seen in a lot of domains, whether it's exploitation of children, or it's fraud or bias, or in healthcare, or it's there's misinformation and deep fakes, and then we have AI hallucinations that produce convincing but entirely false content, and the labor they face displacement of their roles due to the automation. And lastly, we have seen that experts like Jeffrey Hinton and about 350 other scientists, they do warn that AI could pose the extinction level risk. So these harms are actually fueling the AI phobia, but the phobia itself is blocking the beneficial AI from scaling to other communities that actually need it the most. So we have multiple validated instruments to quantify the AI-related anxiety now. So some of them are AI anxiety scale or fear of AI scales in education and healthcare. And if the baseline expectations is that AI is actually very risky, so these helpful tools also create a trust barrier from the start, and especially in very sensitive domains like healthcare. So AI phobia should actually be a durable negative expectation that AI is unsafe, and this is kind of leading to avoidance and distrust. So the design goal of our agentic AI system is to replace this unpredictable threat with actually a help facilitator. So we move to the second section where we kind of bridge between how to move people from fear to comfort. So these are some of the pathways that we identified that can reduce AI phobia. So firstly, there's AI education and literacy. So we have programs and curriculums around AI, but structured programs that can actually demystify the capabilities as well as the limitations of AI would be much more beneficial. And clearly having a distinction between the AI as science and AI from application, and that would actually build the confidence in AI. And secondly, we have the balanced media narratives. So rather than fear-mongering news headlines, if there is actual factual risk reporting, so that would be better. So for example, Apple Intelligence recently fabricated headlines, and this kind of showed how poor AI deployment can erode trust and can validate the fear. And thirdly, we have adaptivity. So AI must be able to adapt to users and not the reverse. So we have another research by Professor Jim Samuel, that's Kate AI, that shows that the population carry varying expectations of privacy, autonomy, and risk. And for example, like someone in Japan would be resisting Western-built AI, and some or left or right news consumers can interpret AI differently. So when AI will ignore the context, the result would be fear and not adoption. Then we have the positive exposure and experiences. So familiarity will induce comfort when the experience is helpful, and showing actually what the system does, what it uses, and what it will not do. So moving from the black box part of AI to a more transparent AI is actually useful. And lastly, we have human enhancive AI proposed in another research. that is an alternative to the utopia and dystopia binary, that AI could actually be lying between these two, and it should be used to amplify human potential and not actually replace humans. So this kind of transforms the whole narrative from the AI as dangerous to a collaborative tool. And when AI is able to augment the human capability rather than replacing it, so it kind of becomes a helpful partner. And so lastly, the goal is like smarter machines and more empowered people. So this is one of a key insight from our research, that the best antidote to AI phobia is education that is based on the fundamental concepts of AI and supported by positive, helpful first-hand experiences with AI in context that already matter to the person. So this leads us to the second half of our talk, where we identify where are people already seeking help online, especially in high stakes and high stigmatized domains, and where the expert help is limited, and how actually AI can serve as a helpful, comforting presence rather than a source of fear. So we move to the domain. We have chosen cannabis subreddits. We work on around 5 subreddits, and the data is the Reddit data. So cannabis was basically chosen because the stigma in those subreddits is actually barring people to ask help there, and there is no expert help present in those communities. And we further identify that there is actually a 6:1 ratio between offerers to seekers. So this domain actually it was a good starting testing point for us. And Reddit is one of the highly popular community where we have anonymous feature, and people can actually discuss there about anything. So there has been, as I mentioned, there has been a gap that we saw between help-seeking post and help-offering post. For every one help offerer, there is about 6.2 people who are seeking for help, and these communities actually need a scalable and a reliable support. So these are some insights that we got from text analysis of our help seeking and help offering. So in help seeking, we have so firstly, it's not very explicit help markers there. Like, people don't actually write that they need help. It's very implicit, and it centers around some kind of hesitation markers like don't, really, don't want. And then they talk about their usage pattern descriptors and epistemic uncertainty. And so these, again, like they have the domain the domain vocabulary that's around weed and high and smoking in cannabis subreddit. And help offering were kind of shorter in length, and they had more of expert vocabulary, some terms that domain experts of cannabis would actually be aware of, so like terpene or cannabinoid chemistry. And these were more technical in language rather than help seeking. So this is a chart where there is very high mention of MG, and particularly mostly talking about the dosing. And then we have anxiety and depression. And in help offering, we see technical terms, but there is also a mention of anxiety and depression there. So this is a semantic network where we create 3 semantic networks of help seeking, help offering, and non-help. And we saw the smoke as the central point in 3 of these, but it connects 2 entirely different clusters nearby. So here smoke is mostly bridging to the cultivations, like you would see plant, water, soil, or consumption, or the anxiety, sleep, withdrawal. So this is a much more heterogeneous distribution, and people are seeking help for the troubleshooting, for effects, and for cessation. Then we have help offering semantic network, where those it's actually bifurcated into policy and cessation, and and here we actually see that there is much more expert and institutional guidance, and more than peer experiential support. Then we have the non-help network, where we have product evaluations, like people asking about just about like how's this product, and some kind of social conversations. So this is more of like community culture sharing. So we further validated if we could automate the process of classifying help and non-help and help offering in these Reddit posts. So we did not get a great accuracy here, but the main insights were that the TF-IDF and the sparser lexical features that we have, they outperform the dense embeddings. We got around 71% rather from the sentence transformer, that's at 68.5. And as I mentioned, like the help seeking not being very explicit, the models had a problem to actually differentiate between the patterns. So we further propose that agentic AI can actually leverage the same cues for real-time help detection. So we move to the 4th part of the presentation, where we actually provide one of the solution to the problem that we mentioned, that there is a fear around AI. So the core argument that we present here is that when a user enters Reddit, cannabis subreddit particularly, with a genuine health question, they may be uncertain, they may be anxious, and they may be possibly fearful of the judgment. We want AI to provide help there, and this is divided into 2 parts. First, we are focusing on augmenting the moderator capabilities, and this agentic AI system can actually identify the relevant context, and it could prioritize certain posts that are alarming, and it can also flag harmful and misleading content. And second is the direct agentic AI intervention that we already identified in our help-seeking post patterns, and how this can actually recognize the implicit needs and direct it to a particular response category with a proper context, and can give the evidence-based guidance directly to the user. So through these positive and helpful interactions, the person that experiences AI not as a threat, but actually as a trustworthy and reliable aid. So AI phobia is here replaced by AI comfort, and that's been done at one interaction at a time. So this is a MVP of our application that we are building. So our NLP analysis showed us that help seeking use domain vocabulary and not explicit help language, and agentic AI that can actually catch these patterns will be able to identify when someone needs support, even when they are not actually explicitly saying it. And then the cannabis help seeker can show distinct emotional and information leads. So AI can be helpful here to calibrate the response, to provide validation for emotional distress and the technical information for the dosing or strain type of questions. So by doing this, we aim to fill the unmet need between the seekers and offerers. And AI here can supplement but actually not replace the peer support with the scalable evidence guidance that is informed by the domain vocabulary. So as users will continue to engage with this, we hope that AI will serve as a comfort point, and each helpful interaction with AI can actually reduce the anxiety towards AI. That can actually create a feedback loop of helpfulness and trust and reduced AI phobia. So our guardrails are very clear here, that we do not actually want it to be an AI doctor, but a help facilitator. We won't be diagnosing, prescribing, or replacing the clinicians. We'll just facilitate with them with asking more clarifying questions and looking around the vetted sources and peer-reviewed information that can encourage the help seeking when any kind of alarming cases appear. So this is just the whole mechanism that when the user will post the help seeking query, AI can detect and respond helpfully, and user can experience the genuine value, and thus the AI phobia can further decrease. So here agentic, what we mean by agentic here is that it's not kind of a magical intelligence, but it's an orchestrator that kind of calls and uses appropriate tools and follow the guardrails that are set for it to provide help. And it will just take the Reddit post and it can provide the reply with proper resources and next steps properly cited. So this some kind of tools that can actually help agents to facilitate help are pulling up from vetted sources like guidelines and evidence summaries, and there will be safety filters set that we won't be diagnosing, and there's no medical advice. And if there is a risk flag determined, so that will be escalated to a human. So this is the first 30 seconds where we'll be having where if someone is asking, for example, I'm freaking out, heart racing after an edible, is this normal, what do I do? So agentic AI application can detect the intent and the risk, like is it panic, anxiety, any kind of medical emergency flags, and it can further ask 1 to 2 clarifying questions, and it can provide immediate comfort and grounding, and further route to the next step. So safety will be the core of the product. There will be hard boundaries, and apart from the agentic AI responding, there would be a risk detection and escalation model that would be running, and it would be following the subreddit rules. And so this transparency can actually reduce AI phobia. So how can we know that we actually move from AI phobia to AI comfort? We have some validation metrics like pre-post anxiety survey for the community members, and we will also survey the moderators of particular subreddits, how this tool actually helped them. And we'll also do a follow-up engagement and see resource clicks. So in conclusion, we first identify the problem that AI phobia is actually real, and the solution to it is a positive first-hand experience with helpful AI. And we chose a high need domain that actually needs help and is very stigmatized to ask help. And then we provided a solution that could actually provide comfort for a user, one interaction at a time, and can move them from AI phobia to AI comfort. That's about it. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. Libraries today are at a critical juncture. We have more and more historic collections that are available in a rich variety of digital formats, and an ever-expanding set of AI tools. And our patrons have more and more interest in expectations that we'll be able to combine those two. This provides us with a real opportunity to develop some new ways to expose these resources to the light of day and provide insights into our collection. To investigate this juncture, I led a team of folks at Rutgers University and Durham University, UK, to begin evaluating AI products to find those that can make our material more visible, easier to search and explore. For our test bed, we chose the William Elliott Griffiths collection here at Rutgers University. And this is a huge collection that documents the life of the Griffiths family, who were some of the first educators to Japan for the samurai class, both men and women. The collection is used by researchers all over the world, many of whom I've met in UK and Japan and in the US. So it was a good collection to find ways to get more access to. For this specific research, I focused on the papers related to Margaret Clark Griffiths, who was one of the first Western women to educate women in Japan. About 75% of the collection has been digitized, and we selected a subset, picking formats that were hard to get access to, that were challenging to use. So we picked the Margaret's diaries, which were handwritten, her brother's biographies, which were typewriter written, and their photographs of Japan, which are vaguely, in general described, but not very specifically. Our strategies for mining this wealth were to get more out of the text, making it more readable, to find patterns in text and photographs, and to connect the text to the images and back again. And that's where the real fun is. Let me just grab my water here. Since 2022, we've evaluated about 60 different products. that used newer technologies like agentic, generative AI, and older technologies such as natural language processors. We tested them on cell phones, desktops, high-capacity computing environments, and they were used for a variety of tasks, and I'll be walking through many of these. This chart gives you an idea of the balance between costs in green and learning curve. They range from things like Bing, which are free and are easy to learn, to things that are complicated and are fee for service, for instance, DALL-E's, the image creator's API. The testing was done by me. I'm an archivist, but I've got 40 years of coding experience, and backed up by Rutgers computer science, Rick Anderson, Dr. Bala Desinga, who has since moved to Harvard, unfortunately, and at Durham University, Dr. Claire Warwick, who's a professor of digital humanities. So our first strategy was to improve readability by transcribing and creating narrative for images. For handwritten text recognition, which is really the big monster, we looked at about 10 different tools before selecting eScriptorium, Transcribus, and ChatGPT to test more extensively as best for production work. There are plenty that can do one-offs, but if you're going to do a whole bunch, you kind of have to pick some specific ones. For some material, like this, Margaret's, which is beautifully written, clear, and down below you'll see the ground truth. That means what it transcribed to. It was just time-consuming to do. For others, this is her brother's handwriting that we did more recently. It's hard enough for humans to figure out, much less AI. It was a real jigsaw puzzle. We tested the transcription also with AM Digital, a commercial vendor who was kind enough to test a bunch of pages for us, and with ChatGPT by itself. What's in yellow are the things that aren't real. And the interesting thing is that some of them you can see, like when there's a mistake, when AM Digital made a mistake, you can see, well, there isn't a word, but a blackguard, you can tell that's wrong. But with ChatGPT, you're reading along and you think, we're not allowed to do anything with the elephant. You think, and that, so to speak, is the elephant in the room. It looks real, but it isn't. There's no elephant in that text. For eScriptorium and Transcribus, they're dedicated products for transcribing handwritten material. And they're time consuming. You have to train them, you have to chew them up, you have to redo the script, the model, and it takes a lot of work. So, and it did a good job, but there's some concerns. They're expensive. eScriptorium is free, but there's a lot of labor involved. Transcribus is proprietary, so you build a model and you can't transfer it to other things. However, more recently, ChatGPT and Gemini do a really beautiful job without preparation, without training, without weeks and weeks of work from several librarians and several graduate students. So whichever path you take, it's much more accurate now than it was in 2022 when we started. There are far more choices and an easier process for OCR, for transcribing handwritten material. Did you know Outlook can do this? Just if you copy it out of email, I discovered that one day. Generative AI can also extract text from photographs through description, and here I've used ChatGPT. And it, in this case, did a great job. It gets dicey when you start, yes, it's picked right that it was vintage image, kimono style, but down at the bottom it says they have a focused or serious expression on their face. Seriously, this is a photograph 2 centuries ago in another culture. We gotta use the human in the loop that was discussed earlier this morning. The second strategy is AI can provide insights for exploring data patterns. It's great at exposing patterns that aren't visible to the naked eye. Whether it's sentiment analysis, here it's showing the positive, negative sentiments in the diary versus the biography, or it's doing named entity recognition, figuring out what the names are, or figuring out who's connected to what in case, and the spy agencies like that says that the Methodists and Chinese are linked, as is Yokohama and the Germans, according to the text that I've used. It can also do lovely things with taking geographic locations and mapping it to show what there is. AI can identify patterns in the text. For instance, here I've asked it to pull out portions that describe scenery. And you'll see why I'm asking that in a minute. Unlike older machine learning technologies, AI is quite good at identifying topics and adding descriptive words. It can make catalog records. And here it can be quite accurate. It can do one thing I did. So all of that I'm not that surprised at. When I asked it to analyze one particular set of text, this diary here, it not only transcribed it, but it gave me an analysis of the handwriting, the paper, the author, created a timeline of the dispute discussed in the letter, and identified the people that were mentioned, which was amazing, and particularly because it mistranscribed the Professor Griffiths. It's really not Griffey. And if it got it right, there would have been a wealth of information it could have looked up. Even without that, it was able to understand this quite well. To find insights in photographs, it can be used to group images. This took about 16 lines of code to group these together. Okay, well, that could be helpful. But the third strategy is really where the fun begins. So you can kind of combine all of those together, linking the text to images. So the first magic is you can create readable text from the handwriting, select narrative description of scenery, and generate text for the images with Python. And this was trickier to do that time. It was, there's a fee for each one, and it took a separate set of licenses to do. So now that we've got text from that handwritten material and text describing the photographs, we could ask it to compare them and say which one's linked based on that. And it scores them numerically. Let's see, it goes from top left to bottom right. So this is what it came up with as matching that. Sorry. Okay, we're just going crazy here. All right. Then you can, moving up the magic scale, you can add the ability to create photographs from the text. And voila, you've got this nice illustration of the text. This is great for students who need images to connect to narrative. But the flaw is that it's made up, right? It's just an image. It may have no connection to reality. So you can compare it to photographs, real photographs in our image, programmatically on visual similarity that would look like a generated image. So to my eyes, the one on the top right looks the most like it. The others are interesting, but not that similar. mixing all that magic in the hat of describing the text and looking at the visual similarity, you get a new algorithm that allows more options. The first step is to have it just generate captions and keywords, as well as a visual metric for whole collections. And this is free and speedy. ChatGPT generated the code to run a function open clip in Python. All right, so we've got scores up here, we've got captions, and with this index, a whole collection can be grouped on text and visual similarities. Okay, cool. We can use just the captions or a combination of captions and visuals to match images that might match that. So which is best? Well, we start with, this is one that was matched on the narrative description. This is from descriptions of smaller images. This is of bigger images. That is to say, if you give AI big images and ask to describe it, it can do it more fully than you give it small images. And the last one is what we did with matching both the visual and text. So what's common in all of these are these four. Now, I only had 450 digitized images. Presumably, if there were more, there would be more that would match that. So would any of these describe the previously unillustrated text? It would be a good start. Would the text describe the unlabeled photographs? Again, it would be a good start. Is it definitive? No. But it's a start, and this is where certainly human intervention is required. How can AI help uncover our wealth? Well, I've shown 3 strategies to answer that. We can use it to extract text, to find new patterns, and to link the text to images in a variety of ways. Our findings are that AI can successfully enhance access, improve discovery for people with a variety of skill levels, whether you're a programmer, whether you're a student, whether you're new to AI or not. But human intervention is required, from making ethical choices about software. This collection is in the public domain. It was the last thing from 1920s. We had no problem with putting it up into the cloud. We also, at the beginning in 2022, didn't realize that was an issue. It was just not, nobody was thinking about it at that point. You want to be careful that you're picking the right one. You want to evaluate the sources and the results, as many people have talked about this morning, to make sure that it isn't making things up, that it isn't throwing elephants into translations, right? And AI is resource greedy. A real infrastructure is needed. We could not have done this without the wonderful people at OARC, without my colleague Rick Anderson, who's now with online learning. You need the supercomputers, which we were able to get access through them. And the software is expensive. Who pays for it? For the first year, we were all individually paying for it because the OpenAI model make it very difficult for departments to pay for it, because it had to be on a credit card, it had to be monthly, it had to be this, it had to be that. And we know there's huge ethical and environmental costs to it. Many of these, even the free software, have huge learning curves. It's just magnificent learning curves. To transcribe 250, well, 200, no, I take it back, 150 pages of diary took 2 weeks of work by 2 librarians and several graduate students to create a model. And that's just, it doesn't pay off. If you're doing 10,000 pages, yeah, it does. But it can be very expensive and time-consuming. Now, one thing I did was, after I went through and wrote up the findings, I thought, well, why do I have to do this all? Why can't AI just do it for me? So I asked it what the findings were, and it did a great job at that. It also did a good job of asking, when I asked it what the weaknesses were, but it really just parroted back what I had told it. It believed everything I said. Not a good idea. But when I asked it what the methodological flaws in the paper were, I was astounded, because it came up with things that a good reviewer would have caught. Not what I caught. So it's really interesting how when you ask different questions, you get different answers. I'm part of a team here at Rutgers University Libraries. My colleagues you'll hear from later this afternoon. We do work with data. We do work with research support, with AI. If you need our help on similar projects on AI, we're here to serve you. Thank you.
We'll take a few questions because we're running a little bit over time. We want to give everyone enough time for lunch. So were there any questions? Joseph, I thought you had your hand up, Joseph. I'm sorry.
Hello, Jonathan Torres, Business and Data Services Librarian. Sonia, this question's for you. I'm not sure if you read the policy from the University of Virginia Libraries that Dean Lowe put out recently about preventing AI companies from taking their archival materials that are online. I'm curious, if you haven't seen it, no worries, but what is your thoughts about that? Because it seems like a lot of these AI companies are trying to target archival stuff from academic institutions.
It's a huge problem, and many of our speakers talked about it this morning. They're running out of what's on the internet to load in, so now they're going after, they're scraping our websites and getting material. That's why it's really important when you use a model to be conscious of whether you are stealing somebody's intellectual property. I'm sure many librarians have gotten the question, well, can I just load all these articles I'm giving my students into AI and have it produce something for them? No, that's intellectual, people. So yeah, it's a big problem.
Sonia, thank you for that. I really appreciate your even-handedness, but I wonder if you would agree with me that if you're really concerned, if you're truly concerned with the ethical question of whether you are impinging on somebody's intellectual property, the minute you fire up any of these commercial large language models, you are already complicit in doing that. That's how they work.
Yeah, and keep in mind, OpenAI has just decided to collaborate with the government to use to kill people. Yes.
A separate but also super important issue, yes.
Maria, did you have any online questions? No? Okay, any other questions? Okay, we're going to take Joseph's question, and then if that person doesn't have a question, Maria, we're going to break for lunch.
It's a quick one. Sonia, just curious, with the tools you're using, right, and putting that into the archival description, what are your thoughts about documentation? Notes that say that descriptions were generated by AI or images and stuff like that for the users, so that
Absolutely
they know
crucial.
that they're not part. Okay.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Are there standards for that, or is that something?
I do not know. I think that Jonathan's nodding his head. I think they're developing standards, but yes, if you're going to have that, well, I think it's a lot better to have. This is a farm in looks like the Tokyo region than to say Japanese landscapes. You do want to say generated by AI verify?
Okay, we're going to break for lunch. I want to thank Sonia and Tanya for their excellent presentations. We have an hour break for lunch. There's tables out here, and then in the jet stream room, there's also seating, and if you have dietary restrictions, if you're gluten-free or vegetarian or vegan, there is food in the higher room. The general food will be out here. Okay, so we're going to resume. I'm very impressed that everyone got back a minute before the lunch break ended. So our final panel this afternoon is going to be representatives from different disciplines and backgrounds, and I'm going to introduce them. They're not necessarily in the order that's on the agenda. Right next to me is Sean Laurie. He's a lecturer for Arts Online at Mason Gross, the Mason Gross School of the Arts, and he's also the managing editor of the Journal of Jazz Studies. Oh, yeah, they're just talking to each other. Seated next to him is Joanne Dara. She is our science librarian at the John Cotton Dana Library, and next to her is Jonathan Torres. He's our business and data services librarian, also at the John Cotton Dana Library. And on the end is Anne Gabriel. She's a global strategist. I don't know what happened to my voice. Global Strategic Network Team. She's a member of it from Elsevier. So we're going to get a variety of perspectives. We're going to have a journal editor, science librarian, business and data person, and also somebody from a major vendor. So I do have some questions. They did get the questions in advance. So we'll go through some of them, but I think also just, we might get to the point where you guys are just having a chat amongst yourselves too. So, and you don't have to feel obligated to answer every question I ask. In your experience, how is generative AI changing the research life cycle from discovery to publication? And I think we've talked a little bit about this already in other presentations, but if anyone wants to jump in.
I can chime in.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
So I think in my experience, it has expedited the process in such a tremendous way that we're seeing more publications being published at such a rapid rate. I'm not sure if that's exactly the greatest thing. And I do want to say this, in addition to the research lifestyle and the discovery process, we're seeing a lot more generative AI platforms evolve into these academic AI platforms. An example of this, I'm not sure if any of you've heard of Consensus or Answer This. These are academic generative AI platforms, and we're seeing much more of these platforms pop up when it comes to research. And in addition to that, I think the final part of this process in terms of discoveries, the quality of information that's coming out. So a lot of interesting things, but the main, I think, foundation that I've seen is just the speed that publications are being outputted throughout Google Scholar and other platforms as well.
Anyone else want to answer that, address the question?
Sure, I'll jump in. I mean, I think we can all agree here. And first of all, thank you to Rutgers and the library for convening this forum. It's great that researchers and publishers and libraries are together at this really pivotal moment. And we're seeing a lot of change. At Elsevier, we routinely survey our research community, and we recently published a report called the Researcher of the Future Survey of 3,200 researchers, where 84% of researchers say they use AI tools, and 58% are already using them, up from 37% in the last year before. So we're just seeing this uptake in usage, and it's a very, very fast shift. And so the research life cycle is being compressed, and we're moving from just looking at search results to getting answers, from reading everything to summarizing and interrogating the literature, and moving increasingly from isolated tasks to these agentic systems. And it's really important, I think, that we're operating with a common set of responsible AI principles, because I thought one of the emerging themes of this really good morning. I learned so much. I thought you brought together a fantastic series of speakers, is that we are operating across a set of responsible AI principles, which Elsevier does, and we really do consider the real world impact of our solutions on the enterprise, and we're really trying to prevent the reinforcement or creation of unfair bias. And we try to explain how our solutions work, right, to the community. And always there's accountability through human oversight and robust data governance. And all of that is a requirement in this area where there's just this onslaught of information. Elsevier alone took in 4.2 million submissions last year. That's just Elsevier, which is about 18% of the world's research, cited, by the way, 29% of the time, which we take as a proxy for quality. But it just gives you an idea of what we're coping with, and more importantly, what the researchers are coping with. You know, you can't ingest all that literature. So what we also heard as part of our survey results is researchers are turning to AI first, almost before they engage with the literature, because there's no way they can do it all.
Okay, thank you. I had got a comment that the remote people could not hear well, so I'm asking what we should do.
Oh, sorry, I can move this closer. Yeah, I'll just.
Sure. So I come from a humanities background, and I am curious to see, like, I feel like humanities scholars tend to be slightly, at least in my experience, more technology averse than some other, more hard sciences, research oriented, data driven research. So I'm wondering how quickly that is coming to fruition in that area, and I would love to hear if you have more information about that specifically, because I don't know specifically, but I know so much of the process of developing an idea and an argument is almost luxuriating in the literature and spending time finding the questions that you didn't even know were there, that AI I don't know can do yet, or that is not what it's supposed to be doing for us, maybe. So I think that is where I wonder, and I also think that the researchers that are working in the humanities, at least the people that are submitting journal articles, I can speak to kind of that slice. AI is not native to them yet, right? We're talking less than 4 years that we've had chatbots. So I think people are coming up. I think 3 or 4 years from now, we may see a shift in that. But for now, the people that I've talked to and the scholars that are producing work in that area, particularly like jazz studies, musicology, I feel like that the process that AI can speed up is part of the value of the value that we're looking for in the work. Where that goes from here, who knows? But.
I think as a science librarian, I've been looking at it through a lens of not only being an instructor, but also a researcher myself. And I feel that it's a very complex and nuanced effect. It's got the potential for good and the potential for bad. Just two aspects of the research life cycle that kind of resonate with me specifically, again, in my role, is what it can do for discovery and idea generation. And it's widening the potential for discovery, and scholarly databases are offering tools like semantic search is possible now, and they're moving towards model context protocol connectors for large LLMs, which is a really interesting avenue that's coming. And it also helps the bottleneck of getting started in research and assisting improving search strategies. Focusing research questions and generating novel ideas and paths. Some of the concerns I have in that respect are over-reliance without foundational skills for evaluating information, accepting output without evaluation or iteration, also over-reliance on one tool without knowing and understanding the differences in features, capabilities, and workflow constraints of each tool. And then also it's difficult to ensure reproducibility of the discovery. It's difficult. So, and then publication and dissemination is another part of the research life cycle that I feel like has a lot of impact. And AI discovered and summarized scholarly publications have an impact on citation metrics and alt metrics. What happens when we accept sources that were given without going further and going to the full text of the article? How is that going to impact researchers' impact in terms of citations, reads, downloads? Also, we talked about it this morning, or some people brought this up about like a flattening of the scientific discourse, where terminology is just getting on a feedback loop. Terminology like trustworthy AI, or we heard human in the loop. These are just phrases that we're echoing, and it's just getting put back into the system, and then people are researching. So what is that going to have the impact? So again, I think it's nuanced, and I don't know where we go from here.
For the next question, what's the biggest misconception you believe researchers or publishers have about AI?
I guess I can go first. I think one of the biggest misconceptions that I see with our researchers, faculty, and even students is that they can retrieve all the information from one platform, and that's not necessarily true. A lot of these generative AI platforms, the coverages vary. Some of the generative AI platforms that our students and some of our faculty are using don't even have really scholarly information, so that's important as well. Another misconception is the accuracy of it. So there's these generative AI bots artificially hallucinate. We've had this issue. It's been problematic with some of our interactions with our students where they want a Harvard Business Review article. It's actually an exact citation. So you see the author, you see its title, it's published. It even has a DOI number. And what happens is it is completely fake. So these are some of the misconceptions that I've seen so far.
I'll just double down on that, because on my list of things that were misconceptions included the example of the federal court case, Mata versus Aviance, where there was these bogus judicial citations and the judge called it out. And so there's this need to have trustworthy sources. And it complements a misconception that AI creates knowledge, and what it's really doing is identifying patterns from existing knowledge. So it's important that it's built on foundationally strong content. So at Elsevier, one of the ways that we're thinking about it as a large publisher is we've built an AI layer called Leap Space on top of our corpus of content, as well as that of other publishers, including New England Journal of Medicine, Sage, Emerald. Others are joining us on our platform to ensure that when result sets are delivered, that they are directly attributed to the full text of those articles that we are indexing. And it creates a journey for the researcher in finding those patterns in that, foundational content, but it's very, very strong, and it's very, very robust. It does create a challenge when people are producing more and more and more papers. Again, that information onslaught that you have to be careful of. And I don't know if you all saw this paper, Scientific Production in the Era of Extra Large Language Models, which was published in December in Science. And it showed that researchers produce up to 50% more papers after adopting AI, even as they're admitting the use of AI is very low, right? So they're not admitting it, but they are doing it. So you always have to be alert and aware. And if I could just maybe challenge one thing you said about these phrases that we keep recycling over and over, I still have a real value. I place value on that human in the loop. I don't think we can say it often enough. And that is something that we also have, that human oversight, which is just so important. It never gets old for me. So.
I totally agree. I wasn't pushing back on that term in general, but I'm just saying we're starting to hear the same types of phrases that lose their meaning. AI literacy is another one where people have different meanings of them, and nothing bad, but like it's just getting. I just threw that in there, but yeah, definitely, I'm human in the loop. And I think one of the misconceptions I've found is we have another librarian in our sphere of libraries is termed it the blank box problem, and it's the search box architecture. So we've gotten so used to this simplistic search interface where it's just this wonderful simple box that we can ask it anything and it'll give us any kind of answer. But in reality, that blank search box hides a lot of ambiguity in effective inputs and capabilities and the workflows of each tool's model. So you can't, every tool is different, every tool has different, before we would learn how to use one scholarly database, you can pretty much know how to use others, right? And the only difference between the databases was the content that you were accessing. Now, it's not just the content. For one, you're not sure where what their training data was, what are the workflows, what capabilities of the tool. You may be asking it something to do something that it doesn't have the capability to do it in that order. Like maybe a ChatGPT could do it, but one of the databases can't. And some of the tools may act as if it did know what you were talking about, and you might take that as an answer. So I think just that knowing that, being aware that knowing what's behind the box is really important in using the tools.
I would double, triple, quadruple down on some of these comments about hallucinations and the kind of research outputs that chatbots can give you. If I put my instructor hat on, I teach anywhere from 160 to 240 students a semester, all online asynchronous, which creates this very weird level of interaction, if you can imagine. It's kind of like it goes in one end of a computer and it comes out the other. And so it's hard to kind of communicate things like this in a real-time experience way that like I can look someone in the eye and tell them this is why a chatbot is not going to do right by you or how it's going to not do right by you. Hallucinations are a big thing. When I ask them to put together bibliography, often they go to ChatGPT. I won't claim to know enough about LLMs and chatbots to say how this all works exactly, but it seems like mostly they hit open access materials and they can't, anything that's got to get through a firewall, if you got to put your net ID at the Rutgers Library, it's not pulling up that source accurately. It may say, this art, so-and-so wrote an article about this and that, and how somehow it's hallucinated this idea. So either they're not getting to the best quality research, or they're getting to things that are just not real. And then there's so many open access journals out there that are not, the Journal of Jazz Studies is open access. I think we are a high quality journal that does all the things that a traditional journal may do, but there's so many journals that are essentially false cash cows. Liberty University has an undergraduate journal of student research, which good for them, but when your students are citing it on a regular basis, often citing freshmen when they're a senior trying to do higher level work, that I think they're not getting what they need out of those, and they don't know the questions to ask a lot of the times.
Okay, I'm going to ask my next question. Can you talk about what makes you the most optimistic or concerned about where AI is headed in academia and scholarly publishing? I think you've touched on a little bit, but.
So I'll start with the optimistic part. I think the optimistic aspect is that this is a new tool. These are new resources. It's emerged throughout the past, I would say, 4 to 5 years when it comes to generative AI. It's not going anywhere. And I think many of our students, faculty, other academic institutions could use this for many benefits that were mentioned in today's presentation. There's a hesitancy in my profession in library and information science where people feel that this may take some employment. It may displace certain organizations and departments and things like that. It's kind of sad to hear because society continuously evolves. Technology will continuously implement itself within society. And I just think it's a part of life. It's just another life cycle in academia, in the technological trends that are happening. So that's my 2 aspects of it.
Just to mix up the order a little bit, I'll talk next.
You're a jazz person after all.
Exactly, we can't, got to improvise a little bit.
Yeah.
I think like any tool, it can do amazing things. It's a question of how it's used, if it's responsible, ethical, and I'm probably stepping on a future question, but responsible, ethical usage, knowledgeable usage, knowing what it can do for you, what it can't. I think if I had, when I was writing my dissertation, something that I could put 1,000 images, I did a research trip to London when I was doing my dissertation, and I was in the British Library, and I took just picture after picture, day after day, and then I had to go home and look through all of them. And that was valuable in itself, but if I could have plugged those 1,000 images into, a chatbot and said, look for this, or what trends are you seeing, or give me a summary, I could have saved 3 months and 3 hours. I don't think it should ever replace all of the processes, but there's so many things it can do. But again, it has to be, you have to know what it can do, can't do, and approach it ethically, like any tool.
I think what I'm most optimistic about is its potential for scientific discovery in science, medicine, and health and engineering. I'm a science background, so I'm very optimistic about that. The potential also for providing support in learning for those who don't have easy access to education. And I also find that it'll help and give extra support for people who have learning disabilities and language barriers. I think that's got a lot of positive impact on that. I'm definitely concerned about the ethical considerations. We've covered a lot of them today. The compounding of bias and discrimination, that it's bias feeding on bias with the training data, the environmental impact, obviously, and the human rights issues involved in the content moderation work. I'm also very concerned about cognitive offloading. I don't know about you, but I realize that I cognitive offload every single day when I turn on my Apple CarPlay and use Waze to get me everywhere, and I don't think about looking at a map anymore. So if we all become that with AI, that's not a good thing. And I'm especially worried about kids that will become generative AI natives, and its impact on their mental health, and for kids and teens and adults because of its conversational authoritative voice concerns me as well. So I think there's just a lot there to unpack, and we're still riding the wave of what is this going to be.
I think that cognitive offload is so scary to me. Yeah, I can't drive. I couldn't get here. I used to drive to New Brunswick 25 years ago all the time. Couldn't get here today without using Google. But more of the point, yeah, I worry about the type of things that it just will do for you, and you lose that ability. I have multiple, so many people have multiple email accounts, right? And one of them has Gemini turned on, and I don't know how to turn it off, and it keeps trying to suggest things for me. I'm like, no, that's not what I want to say, or I don't want to say it that way. Or then sometimes it's like, oh, maybe I should have said it that way. But people who have not grown up with, failing their way through to the point where they get somewhere positive in life, the whole learning process, if they're just always fed what they think an authority thinks sounds good, they're going to not know how to sound good. And that makes...
I just want to I just saw, there's a professor at Duke, he posts on Instagram, but he had his students, he handed out atlases, paper atlases, and made them find directions from one place to another using the maps only. And I mean, instructors and faculty like that who still bring that into the classroom to kind of build that I don't know, to exercise the mind that way in the midst of all of this, I think is pretty phenomenal, because I don't know.
Absolutely. And I just want to recognize the irony that I said make students sound good when I'm trying to talk about being somewhat eloquent. So.
Right. Well, as long as we're with the navigation, histories, I am forever grateful to my father, who, when I was 5 years old, would put me in a car and say, now tell me how to get home. And we would do pilot to navigator. And if I made a wrong turn, he would make the wrong turn, fully knowing where he was, but I had that net under the trapeze. And maybe AI could do that for us if we just, exercise our cognitive abilities and know that there's something under there that's trustworthy, or getting more trustworthy. I just want to come back to your point, which I thought was a very good one. The opportunity really being in science in particular is discovery at scale. And I think we first saw that, during COVID, right? When you had everybody coming together, and the publishers in particular, to form the CORD-19 data set with Allen AI, and then large language models were used to mine that data in an effort to accelerate a cure. And I think that was a light bulb moment for a lot of us, not only in scholarly communication, but in labs everywhere, about what this could do. And so I remain hopeful that that will still be there for issues like climate change, and that we can still discuss it here, and really make an effort to ensure that those synergies are happening and those connections are being built. The risk is, of course, there's an erosion of trust in some of those feedback loops if we're not careful. But going back to our survey, 84% of the researchers say they use AI, but only 22% trust it. So how do we build back that trust to get to trusted discoveries? So thank you.
Mm-hmm. I just want to comment on something Joanne said about the atlases. When I first moved to New Jersey, we didn't have any apps or things to direct you, so I had to drive around with an atlas in my car because I get lost very easily. Okay, let me see. I'm going to ask you another question. Who owns AI-generated output in the academic context? Is it researchers, publishers, or the tool providers?
All right. I'll just start as the publisher, just to say, in practice, the researcher remains responsible for any AI-generated output in the academic content. And, we ask for disclosure as part of any experiments that are conducted. And ChatGPT cannot be an author, right? Although we found it very intriguing a few years ago when somebody noticed that ChatGPT actually had an ORCID ID, if you know what ORCID IDs are. So we were put on, official alert. We also really prohibit, and this goes to maybe one of your other questions, but the uploading of any manuscripts into a Gen AI engine, because that's private, that's the author's intellectual property, and that's where it stays.
You hope.
Exactly.
I just wanted to chime in on that. I do 100% agree. I think it's the author's responsibility in terms of where they're retrieving their information, which generative AI platforms they're using. And most importantly, I would say this is the beginning phase. It feels like the wild, wild west with copyright issues and infringements, and having our students not put proprietary information and articles that Rutgers University pays for into these other platforms and things of this nature. So it is 100% the responsibility of our researchers and people who are using these generative AI platforms to use them ethically.
I used Phone a Friend when I saw this question, and reached out to one of our faculty who's in law and who teaches law and AI. And one of the things he had pointed out to me, which I thought was pretty interesting, was that the AI products themselves have their own terms and conditions that specify the contractual rights afforded to the human user, and that most major AI tools, say ChatGPTs, Claudes, and Geminis, state in their terms that the company, the OpenAIs, does not claim ownership of AI-generated outputs. But it depends on the specific product and the legal jurisdiction. He said that users in Ireland, for example, can claim full ownership of music generated using the AI tool Udio, whereas users in the United States must agree under the terms to jointly own the output with the platform. So again, like to Jonathan's point, this is the wild, wild west. There's so many considerations in all these things: where you live, what tool you're using, why are you using it, whose information did they build their platform on. So I went out to him to ask about this because it feels like I was for sure thought there's some legal thing happening now that I don't know about that's being in the works, but it doesn't sound like anything's been solved. So
yeah, beyond the legal question, I'm sure there's philosophers out there right now grappling with this concept of ownership of this material, because what we're saying is it doesn't belong to the bot and it can't belong to the author. So I'm not going to answer that question right now. I'm going to try. But like, there is a deep philosophical underpinning in that. I was like, who can own this thing that is created by not a person? My answer is I do not know.
Okay, can you talk about what role that publishers and libraries share in shaping responsible AI adoption in research?
I guess I'm the publisher, and we have libraries as well. Well, it's a huge shared responsibility, and being very meta about it. This is a moment that we are sharing where I came here today and I learned, again, so much from the distinguished faculty here at Rutgers, and hopefully the faculty learns what publishers are up to and what we're thinking about. And really what we can provide, I think, are shared conversations, but also training on policies and best practice. Elsevier is a very specific example. It's called the Elsevier Researcher Academy. It's all free. It's all online. You can go on and look at how Gen AI is currently being used in research workflows, with regard to journals. And I just think having that clarity of communication is really, really important. We're also partnering, and I'll just say, as part of my introduction, we love we don't like the word vendor. I'm just going to say that. We want to be a partner with universities and to be your partner. And part of my team, which sits in the Research Network division of Elsevier, includes something called the Research Collaboration Unit, where we have global partnerships with academic institutions, inviting their feedback into the development of our products, like LeapSpace, which I mentioned. All of that has been, developed with the input of researchers, what they want to see, what use cases they need, what permissions they will allow, in order to make sure that we're actually and actively meeting the needs of the research community. And that includes, as I said, the libraries and the researchers. Consuela is actually a member of our North American Library Advisory Board at Elsevier, which we convene twice a year and as needed, just to give input into what libraries are thinking. So.
Librarians are trained as information literacy experts, or specialists, I'm sorry, not experts, specialists, but our purpose is to help others navigate this complex environment of digital information. And information literacy itself is the ability to recognize when information is needed and to locate, evaluate, and use it ethically and responsibly. And in that definition has been around for quite a while. And AI is just, in that definition, is just another form of information. So we're situated to be an integral part of helping support researchers in the effective and responsible use of AI. And I also have to say that I feel the librarians in general are energized. A lot of people say that our jobs are being taken away, things like that. But me personally, I feel energized because this forum is spectacular. I love listening to different uses, how people are all teaching AI literacy. This morning was wonderful to see how other disciplines are teaching AI literacy, which is what we do as well as librarians. And you go to any librarian conference, any librarian professional development webinar, community of practice, you name it, it's AI. And so the librarians are there, and we're learning alongside everybody else, and we're here to support everyone too.
Absolutely. And just to chime in, I feel about a couple of years ago, I'll summarize this story. It was my initiative to create AI pedagogy to develop materials and resources, because I felt as a librarian and as an information professional, it was my duty to understand how these generative AI platforms worked, and most importantly, how our students are using it. We couldn't ignore it back then. They were using it for their writing, they were using it for their papers, and some of our business faculty came up to me and said, I don't really know how to control this. In 2024, I believe, I created a chart called the Research Validation Chart. And what I did was I did an exercise with our students that allowed us to identify two generative research platforms, right? ChatGPT and Bard, which is known as Gemini at the time. And I wanted them to cross-examine the information that was coming from Business Source Premier, is our database that we have access to. In fact, TEEP is another business database. And we conducted a SWOT analysis to see what type of information that was coming out. And this was an exercise to determine what level of quality of information is coming out, but it also incorporated what we do on a daily basis as academic librarians, is this information literacy component. And our students were able to cross-examine the information, and I'll try to summarize this as best as possible with the students, but what we found was that ChatGPT and Bard at the time did not hallucinate information, but it was very much outdated. And this was a learning lesson with our students, that the information that you're getting may not be as accurate as you think. So I think it's our duty and our obligations as librarians and information specialists not only collaborate with our publishers, with other generative AI platforms as well, to understand what's going on, what's under the hood as well, and to teach students this critical thinking skill that comes along with him.
I don't have a whole lot to add other than I would love universities in general to really, really focus on technological and AI literacy in this exact same way and make that like a required class for every first year, because I think so many of the students I come across don't know what they're using or doing, and having that kind of immersion in the do's and do nots and what these tools are capable of and how they can be very useful to them would be very helpful, as opposed to them, just plopping something into an app and hoping they get a good answer. and trusting that answer implicitly because they have a sense of why to question.
And just to piggyback, that students don't know what they're using or what's behind it, and they're using it anyway. But also from the morning session about AI phobia or fear, I have 2 children that are of college age, and they and their friends have a kind of a fear of it because predominantly I think they're afraid of getting caught using it, so they won't use it. And I'm walking that line of, here I am, a librarian who teaches AI literacy, and I'm trying to tell them, you need to use it to see its limitations. You need to use it to see the complications involved with it. But then at the same time, I don't want to over prescribe it because I don't necessarily want them to see how easy it is to use and then to start using. So I mean, it's a fine line to walk, and I think having that AI literacy component as early as possible. Hopefully they see it before their first year in college at this point, but yeah, I totally agree.
Just one last thing on that is just that, yes, for my History of Rock course, which is a SAS core course, so we have 600 students a semester. We put in an AI usage quiz like at the beginning. It doesn't count for anything, but it's a chance for us to see how they're using AI, how they're thinking about AI before they then look at our guidelines and how we would like them to be using it. And it's not for points, but it is required. You do it, you get your check, you get your points in that regard. But this one SAS online course shouldn't be the place where that process is happening. And I hope it's happening in lots of other places. Obviously, so much of teaching can be siloed, so I don't know what's happening in every department. But the more that those checks are in place, in middle school, high school, first year, across the board, the better the research and researchers are going to be 4, 5, 8 years from now, for sure.
And I just want a shameless plug. The case study that I mentioned is on Google Scholar, and if you're interested in the research validation chart, just email me. That's it.
That's perfectly fine to share. How can we prevent AI from amplifying biases in editorial decisions or reviewer selection systems?
I mean, I'll just keep it out of editorial decisions, number one. In terms of biases in the tools itself, that again is above my pay grade, but in terms of what we would be doing with our journal, and again, we're not a huge journal. Jazz Studies, you'll be surprised, is rather niche. Yeah, we wouldn't use it. We don't have maybe there's a use for it at some point, and if we were receiving hundreds of submissions, like a larger scientific journal may, there may be, and let me speak to that, an evaluative process role for it, but it's just, that doesn't speak to the biases of human beings, but at least we're not using those tools for that purpose.
I'll just say that I think having diversity of representation at every phase in the journal process is really key. And there have been historical imbalances everywhere. We first saw this when there started to be a huge influx of papers coming from China and India, which are now equal in most disciplines to papers coming from the US. So it's not about equality, but it's about level setting of the output, right? So you have this research coming from these other regions, right? And there weren't enough reviewers to review on a scale that the papers were coming from. So automatically you're injecting almost a geographic bias into who's reviewing what papers from where. And that could potentially translate into AI, but we don't use AI for review of papers. I think that's important. So I just think it's about awareness of what the source data is bringing to you, how you're balancing evaluations, both human and through machine learning. And the other thing I will say is we have strove very much for inclusion and representation on all of our editorial boards. And I think that's also very important too, when you have that kind of oversight. It informs everything. And for example, when we started our efforts about 7 years ago, The Lancet, which is a journal that many of you may know, I think had 19% female editors, and now the editorial board is a 50-50 split. And that's just one example of what we tried to do in order to create that balance.
I just want to chime in as well. I think it's hard to provide a blanket solution because each and every journal is vastly different. Some journals may have strong guidelines and policies, and it may be a little easier more than ever to game the system when it comes to publishing because there's so many different journals, open access journals. So let's say, for an example, if a top tier journal had stringent AI policy guidelines, the author could go to maybe a little less known journal, and the editorial process is very different. This commonly happens at times with certain international journals, right, that are open access. So it's really hard to wrap your hands around this particular problem because there's so many different journals, and sometimes it's not necessarily the author's fault. Because there's so many journals and it sounds like a great journal, it looks like a great journal, it has all the bells and whistles, and it might be a predatory journal, right? So there's a lot of different pitfalls in this. But if I was to have a magic wand and to say, okay, what do we need to do to solve this particular problem is to have more stringent guidelines in terms of the editorial process. For an example, did you use AI in your literature review? Did you use the AI component in your data sets? Some of the generative AI platforms allows you to extract the data from the document and make it into an Excel spreadsheet, right? So we're seeing generative AI morph into different ways, and people are using it in a wide variety of different outputs. So, but it's a very complex topic.
One of the things that I wanted to share, not all OA journals are predatory. Let's start there.
Yes,
but we know.
Let me say that. Not all.
But we know that there's this proliferation of journals that are almost regardless of the business model, and it's been a challenge. As a large publisher, 5 years ago we had 6 people working on what we call research integrity issues. Now we have a team of 130. If you can imagine, just deployed on looking at issues related to paper mills, image manipulation and detection. And this also includes staff that are working on developing, tools that can detect AI. It's almost like an AI versus AI kind of battle to look at those signals. Now, these aren't a judge and jury decision. All it does is create flags to say that this looks outside the norm, this looks strange, this authorship pattern doesn't look strange, and you'd be amazed at what we found. And then that creates a whole problem actually for the authors at their originating universities, which publishers can't necessarily adjudicate for, but we can at least raise a flag where we see something wrong. And it's really important, and it is multiplying. So.
One more thing to chime in as well. I'm an advocate for open access, just FYI.
Yeah.
But I think publishers such as Scopus, they do such a fantastic job doing an inclusion process to make sure that the journals are vetted. Open access journals are vetted into their platform as well as other databases as well. So there are different guidelines. There's inclusion processes within these databases that they do a fantastic job in doing. But once again, if we were to look at this from the macro perspective, there's so many different journals internationally that, just to go back to what I was saying, it's hard to wrap our hands around everything and implement one policy as a whole.
Joanna and Sean, did you want to add anything to that question?
No, I think that covers it.
Okay, we are almost at 2 o'clock, so I think we're going to use some time now for Q&A. And I'd like to start. Maria told me she has, I'm sorry, she had 3. I will get to you. I'll have Anne-Marie give you the mic, but Maria told me she had 3 online questions. So
this one is a little bit long, so let me read it. Why is productivity improvement always linked with people losing employment? Why aren't the potential 10 times, 20 times, and 100 times productivity ever linked to the potential of reducing labor costs for workers? Even the comment that just was during the presentation about potential loss of jobs seemed to have been met with a sort of, oh, well.
Can I jump?
Sure.
I love love that question, because I think we do need to look at it through a different lens. I mean, I would put this under the heading of the opportunity question that you asked about, and we talked about accelerating discovery. And one thing we could also include in that is enhancing researcher productivity. So our initial studies with LeapSpace, our AI layer on top of that, all of our content, shows that researchers are saving up to 50% of their time. And we're integrating features like compare experiments, which will allow people to do that very, very quickly. And also things like claims radar, which will allow people to discern which of the research claims they're vetting and which looks to be the more prevalent foundation for a research claim. So AI is offering tremendous opportunity in that regard. And yes, there may be job loss, and no one, I think, is dismissing that outright. It is concerning. And I have a daughter that is college age as well. Well, she's a recent grad. And I know she's lucky to have a job. And the fact that she knows she's lucky to have a job, any job, tells me what her friends are going through or is out there in the landscape. It's a very vulnerable time for a lot of people, but I don't know that that's all down to AI. I think it's down to a lot of different forces coming together, which we could talk about all day.
I've been doing some research for a conference this summer on what engineering industries are expecting their new hires or their recent college graduates to be what kind of generative AI competencies that they're expecting. And a lot of the top tier companies that employ mechanical, electrical, chemical engineers, if you go and look on their company sites, a lot of them are talking about the generative AI that's being embedded into all of their workflows. And so as a student going about to graduate or whatever, going to interviews, I want to help those students try to figure out, well, what will set you up for success? What will set you up to say that I want to come into this job and I understand this already? So I want to go further with this and actually talk to companies direct, but just based on what they're advertising. And a lot of them are talking about the current upskilling that they're offering for their current workers. So again, if we can prepare those students to be literate, AI literate, and have that critical thinking component and that evaluation component, we'll set them up better for this type of atmosphere or environment, so that the productivity, is a help to them, right? I mean, that's actually not going to make them lose the job. It's going to make them get the job.
Absolutely. And just to go back to that particular question, I think part of what I do with the AI pedagogy, I want to help students have the ability to pivot, to develop and learn new skills. I think that's important as well. In my profession as well, it's just the adoption of new technology. So I spoke about library and information science, but this is happening across every different industry. And I think it is important as we move forward to this new technological changes and trends, is that we do pivot and we do adopt this ethically. It might take much more time in certain industries compared to others to fully adopt to it. But once again, this is something that's here and that's not going to go away. And that's the sober reality of it.
Question over here. We can switch off between remote and in-person.
Sure, thank you. Appreciate the conversation and discussion. I have a tension that the question that I have in front of me is, who gets to decide what rigorous scholarship is? And that's really the tension in front of me. And I think it's stemming from, there's OpenAI and Anthropic as two examples. If as a researcher, my values don't align with one organization's values, should I be penalized for not leveraging that tool, even though I know its accuracy in my topic is much better than the other? So I'm starting to think about the decisions that we make as individuals and researchers, not just the research that we produce, and curious what your thoughts are around who gets to decide what rigorous scholastic work is in light of values being presented for people.
That's a good, excellent question. And too often that question has been the people who are already in the field, right? Senior scholars. And that comes with, so often comes with biases. Speaking for my discipline, musicology, 40 years ago, you couldn't write a dissertation about Prince or the Beatles. And now it's commonplace. And so the hope is that disciplines evolve over time, and the new scholars producing great work change the minds of the old guard. But there has to be people willing to take risks, both on the senior side and the junior side. And in terms of the biases of the tools towards what passes for legitimate and valuable scholarship, I don't know how the tools will, those particular technologies can come into place with that. But I think it's, sometimes it's a good sales pitch that makes the difference.
Sometimes you just have to be principled. I don't have an AI story for this, but Elsevier is part of a company that also runs exhibitions like large conferences. You may not know this, but the parent company owns things like Comic-Con, for example. But they also, at one point, more than a decade ago, had a gun show. And I remember our editor-in-chief of The Lancet at that time went to the CEO and said, our values as a company, like promoting health through The Lancet, through Cell, through our biomedical thing, are absolutely 100% incompatible with gun show sales. And they got rid of it. You know what I mean? It was a decision that was based on, I think, a value system that we're all trying to live up to. So you make those decisions day by day, but it's really, really important.
Who did that? And then Lauren, and then the person in the blue shirt. So go ahead, Maria.
How do we incorporate the idea of friction as being necessary for learning while eliminating some barriers for access and saving of time?
Can you repeat that question? Please repeat it.
How do we incorporate the idea of friction as being necessary for learning while eliminating some barriers for access and saving of time?
So I was on the drive down here. I was talking to one of the associate editors for my journal, and we were talking about what AI can do, what it can't do, and what it can circumvent. And one of the things we were talking a lot about is that the writing, as I kind of use the term luxuriating with the research, which I understand is like, it's part of the privilege of academia, obviously, but the process of writing is the friction part of it sometimes, right? It's that we come up with the ideas, we clarify ideas, we sharpen our ideas when we're putting our words onto paper and then looking back at them and thinking about how they function and how they make a point and how the process reshapes the way I think about my ideas. So I guess there always has to be that component in good research, or at least humanities research. I can't speak too far outside of my own discipline, but yeah, I sure wish somebody could have gone through all those documents for me. So yeah, I think it's finding where the friction points matter the most, and I guess it's different for every discipline, every person. But yeah, you have to fight through sometimes to get where iron sharpens iron, I guess.
And there is friction in the fact that AI is only as good as the model that it is trained on. At the end of the day, it really is just a model. So you're almost using it like I'm going to say relatively poor intellectual sparring partner, but you use the word sharpen, which I think is great. Like if you're in some kind of prompt engineering exercise with ChatGPT, you're constantly trying to refine that answer. And through it, it's a different sort of intellectual exercise, but you're refining your own ideas in response to it. You just have to bear in mind that it's only as good as the model itself.
What I was thinking is that the tools themselves provide the friction. Because
Exactly.
Not until you use them, once you start using them, you realize that's not what I asked for. That doesn't seem right. That's not what I was looking for. Oh, that's not very good. You do the PowerPoint slides. Yeah, they're fantastic, but look, he spelled the word wrong. I feel like the tools themselves are providing that friction, and unless you kind of use them, do you not realize that that friction's involved?
What it's giving you that is wrong.
You can't blindly accept anything.
But it's also, it's a wonderful, like, I've never written something and, you know, turned it in, well, maybe in undergrad, but since then, like, I've never turned in a piece of writing or submitted something to a journal that I didn't have someone else read and give me feedback on. And a chatbot could be another tool for that, but how trained is it on that particular, to do that versus, say, a peer who's also immersed in the discipline. But it can also, it can save a lot. I think it can be another tool if we know what to expect from it and where to push back, as you're saying.
And the best way to, I think, to test it is to test it on something that you know a lot about. It's not time to test it when you're trying to learn something that you know nothing about, because you won't know, right? If you're working on something and you've been doing it for years or whatever, that you're an expert on, that's where you should test it, because then that's where it's really going to amplify what may or may not be right with it. So,
I mean, this goes back to what I was saying about the AI pedagogical practice, where collaborating with business faculty and cross-examining different resources and things like that. So hitting that pain point, that friction that students are using, we can now look at it from a wide variety of different angles. It doesn't have to be a pain point. It doesn't have to be friction. We can do collective things. We can do collaborative things. There's other ways as well, as gamification using these AI platforms. So it doesn't have to necessarily be difficult, but the process has to be integrated within, I think, curriculums. I think it's important. So if I'm working directly with the business faculty, it's integrated within their courses and projects and assignments. I hope that answers their questions.
Then we have a question over here.
Let me just begin by saying what a fantastic panel this was and how much I really appreciated this conversation. I too am an editor. I edit a journal here at Rutgers that's published by Duke University Press, Critical AI. And right now, our goal is really robust interdisciplinarity. We like to talk about putting humanities in the loop, which I don't think is heavily coming up in training data yet. So I really appreciate this conversation so much. It's clear when you're talking about things like the model provides the friction that you're addressing quite explicitly fellow researchers rather than, say, undergraduates. And I completely agree with Jonathan that one very good way to deal with young people is to involve them in doing their own probes of model behavior in order to find strengths and limitations themselves. You know, this can really break the spell of the ELIZA effect to see like something that is like a really dumb mistake, like how could it do that? And then you build the ability to develop critical AI literacies by saying, well, how do you think these models work? Aha, more discussion. That's all great. All of that said, I do think that there is, you know, here and there you've been talking about de-skilling, as with GPS systems, which, by the way, are not really AI, right? GPS systems are pretty much right all the time unless there's some malfunction. These are probabilistic systems, and they're wrong quite a lot, biased quite a lot, et cetera, et cetera. You know all of these things. And yet, we know, because empirical research is being done, that students are not using them as sources of friction. They are using them to navigate uncertainty in a way, you know, maybe because they think others are doing it, maybe, you know, who knows? There's a million stories for every student that is using it without instructor instructions to do so. And so I think that there is an issue of never skilling going on right now. And it's going on right at Rutgers. We have to be clear about that. I'm teaching a Burn seminar right now on the topic of AI. It is a prototype course for possibly teaching critical AI literacies, maybe one day to all Rutgers students. And it's really interesting hearing what the students have to say. More than half of students had not used any chatbot until they got to Rutgers. And in some instances, the very first time that they did, so they say, was to take an online asynchronous course where they had to do a bunch of, things that they were told, some other student may have tipped them off, you can just do this. So I think we need to be very, very clear about the difference between how researchers might use these technologies, how developers might imagine these technologies will be used, how they might be used in the workplace, and how we can prepare students to add value to those workplaces, and the very different question of how we educate students right now, because that is a clear and present question that urgently needs us to stand up for the robustness of that education. And as a final comment, I'll just say to the person who asked about what makes scholarship rigorous and who gets to decide, all of you gave great answers for a world in which there are faculty who can provide peer review and editors who maybe get a course release and so on and so forth. Right now, people in academia who care about the undergraduate mission and the research mission are not getting to make a lot of decisions. They are not getting to make a lot of decisions. So while it's true that you can point to how robust scholarship is determined in the here and now, what you can also almost certainly point to at the same time is that those rigorous gatekeepers are having less and less decision-making power about who gets hired, why they get hired, what gets taught, what the purpose is of even the university. According to Jeffrey Hinton, Nobel Prize winning, deep learning researcher, this incredibly, incredibly costly technology will only deliver for investors if a lot of people lose their jobs. And it is not growing the pie it is not producing the kind of productivity that grows the pie. It is distributing wealth upward to those who own the technologies.
So we have time for 2 more questions. There was the person in the blue shirt, and then Maria, do you have one more online? Okay, so we'll go ahead. We'll have one more question, then we're going to take a short break.
Is it on? Oh, it sounds like. So one comment that Anne made in her first presentation, I think, that struck me was that I think she said 60 or maybe it was 80% of authors use AI, but only 20 or 22% actually trusted AI. And that was kind of interesting to me. My first reaction to that was, why should even 22% trust AI? Why should anybody trust AI? And what then strikes me about the rest of the conversation here is that everything is about trust in AI, right? I mean, who decides what's legitimate research? Who decides who are the incoming students, and who really vets the actual processes? So I guess one question would be, why should anyone trust AI? That's the first question. And then, should that change in the future? Do we want a world in which AI really becomes more trustable? And again, as someone has said now, the AIs, there's no inherent intelligence in AI. It's based on the model, which is created by human beings. So again, there's a question of trust. Who trusts those human beings who created those models? So this is kind of a vague question, I guess. Maybe it's not even a question. Maybe it's more like a statement. But I think that's a key thing. Where is the trust in the system and in all these processes that we are looking at and talking about? And maybe the only thing for sure is that things will change in the next 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. And it's very hard to know what things will look like 10 years from now.
Right. Well, uncertainty is certain, right? So, and I would say that approaching AI with a healthy dose of skepticism always is going to be important, and that's why having human oversight and data governance is going to be critical. And libraries are actually key as part of this equation in terms of the instruction and teaching us, how to evaluate and develop trust mechanisms as well as vetting mechanisms. And it requires hard work and investment. I mean, it's a different sort of friction, isn't it? But I reference what we're just trying to do to maintain integrity of our own publications, which hopefully, if you have AI built on that kind of foundational model, at least it will lead to trusted responses. But I think it's something that we all have to approach with vigilance. I'll just leave it that way.
I think as librarians, we've been teaching healthy skepticism for years prior to AI ever. And, that's a term that I've used to talk about overused term. I've used that many, many times over the years for students because I never wanted to be the doomsdayer or the gloomer, the doomer or the gloomer. And I want to be the realist. So I want students to be prepared as best as they can for a world that we may not have control over. I feel like you asked, what, do we have to, why do we have to do this, or why do we have trust? I'm in a position where I feel like right now I just have to react. So we're all trying to just react right now. So I'm hoping that at some point that reaction becomes proactive. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and I think once again, part of our initiative as information specialists is to help students, faculty, and researchers evaluate which are the ethical resources. We try to do it as best as possible, is look under the hood to see what's going on. In addition to that, Elsevier's platform Scopus AI does a fantastic job in terms of now having, articles. They've done a lot of vetting. That generative AI component, I feel when people speak about AI, they think about the big three, the Claude, the ChatGPT, and et cetera, where there's a lot of different generative AI platforms out there. It's just a matter of understanding what their policies are and their integrity as well. And I think that this is going to be a moving target for the upcoming years. And that's what we've been doing as librarians and information specialists, is to identify which resources are ethical, what resources can students use, faculty, and how it impacts Rutgers University as a whole.
Microphone's not working. We're going to take a short 10-minute break and then come back and do a recap and Consuelo's closing remarks. So if you could come back by 2:30. All right, everybody, we're going to into the final part of our program. So we're going to do a recap, an interactive recap, and then Consuelo's going to give her closing remarks. So I'm going to ask you, invite you to share what resonated with you about today. Nothing resonated with anyone? Okay, what do you feel are your key takeaways? I felt like I learned a lot, and I heard that comment from more than one person. Would anyone like to share any of their key takeaways? Go ahead. Anne Marie's going to bring the mic for you.
Hi, as a librarian, formerly academic, and coming from NYPL in their smallest research center, the business center. I think what I learned most today is really about not only how quickly the technology is evolving, but specifically that from a literacy lens, we need to, the call to arms about the Internet of Things, which is what brought me into librarianship over 10 years ago from corporate and industry. we need to be having these conversations with our, like the Board of Ed, pre-college is what I thought about more than anything, because in my last academic role, I was at Essex County College, and thinking about first-generation students and underrepresented students that really are coming to the experience of college, and even leveraging technology as a first, as a new user. I just feel like it's, there's so much work to do. And so the questions about power and who gets to decide, I'm hoping that this will continue to evolve a conversation about true interdisciplinary work, where there are no silos, where librarians really are in line with academic affairs to discuss curriculum and why, as information specialists, that's why I really appreciated the research that was about, using Reddit, right? Actually, it's the whole idea of help seeking versus help expert providing the information. That's really where librarians are really critical in this conversation. So hopefully it will also move that forward. Thank you so much.
That's a great point.
Thank you.
Did anyone else want to? Oh, Consuela is going to say something.
Am I taking somebody else's opportunity to speak?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, I was just going to say that I appreciated the reinforcement of AI being a tool and not a technology that does the work for you, but it's a technology that you employ to do the work.
Okay, any other takeaways that anyone wants to share?
I upvote that comment.
Okay, if not, I'm going to turn it over to Consuela Askew, our university librarian, to give her closing remarks.
So I just want to end the day by saying thank you. Thank you for joining us for what has been an enlightening and inspiring event for me, and I hope for you as well. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge our opening speaker this morning, Dr. Michael Zwick, and all of the presenters thereafter. Thank you all for being a part of today's program and being so generous with your time, expertise, and knowledge. It was incredible to bring together insights around this topic that represents such a broad range of disciplines. And this is one of the many advantages of being part of an R1 institution. We will host 2 more symposia on AI in higher education in the 2026-2027 academic year. In the fall, we will explore AI through legal and ethical lenses. And the series will culminate in spring of 2027 with a look at AI in academic libraries through a practical lens, asking how might we leverage AI for our operations and service delivery, and how can we more fully support the development of critical AI literacies, which include components of foundational knowledge, practical application, ethical awareness regarding bias, as well as data privacy, all things that you have heard commented on throughout the day. So I hope that you will join us for these upcoming programs. And I also want to thank everyone who helped us organize and execute today's symposium. It takes a village. In particular, I want to thank Mary Beth Weber, our coordinator for training and mentorship, for turning the initial concept for this series into a reality and for organizing 2 successful full-day symposia to date. Also from my office and Alexander Library, Keon Scott, Tony Perkins, Laura Hoyt, Rose Barbalace, for their help in making today a success. Colleagues from the library's Information Technology Services, Albert Lee, Mary O'Mara, and Andrew Ruggiero for their technology support. Members of the library's major event committee, Ashwin Bajur, Maria Deptula, Anne-Marie Latini, Jill Morrow, Jim Neeson, Kathy Pecoraro, Richard Jukowitz, and Phil Wilson. Rutgers ITV Studio for videography services, enabling remote participation today, and ensuring that all those who could not attend today will still benefit from today's discussions. Thank you, Deborah Adriano, Randy Congre, Anthony Busi, Steve Dorio, Ernesto Lorenzo, and Steve Stone, and our photographer, Tamara Fleming. So, lastly, please be on the lookout for a survey, which will come to you via email. We would be grateful for your feedback, which will enable us to enhance our future offerings. So again, thank you so much for attending today's event, and I hope to see you at our future symposia. Thank you, everyone.